Hello, everybody, and welcome. It's an episode of Shipyard. It's Wednesday night. You know what time it is. It's raffle drawing night. I'm here with Execute. I think GearCon popped into the old voice chat, so you may hear a couple voices in the talks today on the Tiburon and Aegis Day and all that kind of good stuff. I appreciate you, Execute, for joining tonight. Art is still dealing with family stuff, so is not around. And as you know, it is always kind of fun to go back and forth with people on ships. It's funner to sort of dissect them like that. So yeah, thanks for being here. Everyone in chat, appreciate you for being here and filtering in. Looks like everyone is starting to show up. Hopefully I sent out all the socials. But yes, thank you very much for tuning in tonight. We do have a lot to cover.
Can I show you something real quick?
Yeah, show me something.
I managed to make it outside for the first time in a week, and I went out to the letterbox, and all I got was this stupid shirt.
Look at that, representing. Someone's been to the STARJUMP store.
Yeah, and you didn't think I did, but I did.
You know what?
It took a week and a half to get here, but it did get here.
That's not bad, considering my new merch store is not bad with international shipping. I'm pretty happy with it. I appreciate that. That's awesome. That's awesome. I actually did add 2 more captain's mugs on there today, Perseus and Odin. So check out the merch store, everybody. If you want to check that out, I'll pop the link down.
Does the Odin one cost 6 times as much?
It does. It does. It does. And it's made out of really delicate porcelain. Anyway, I got some top of show announcements I want to get to first, everyone, before we dig too deep into stuff. Obviously, Twitch drops are active. They're running. So if you're watching the stream, trying to get your Twitch drop minutes, that is currently going on. So you're racking those up. You'll get that. It's the Murray Cup Tailwind Racing Suit. I got the Drake one, so instantly it's better. But the Murray Cup one's not too bad. But yeah, you'll get that if you get I think it's 4 hours or something like that. I haven't even gotten 4 hours of Star Citizen content to get the drop yet, which I think is kind of funny. So the question bot is running, by the way. The question bot is running.
I just chucked Piss Poor Pete on and left him running in the background.
There you go. There you go.
Mute. No.
I saw some people asking and hoping you were feeling well. I saw your boy Gin and Tonic chime in. Make sure you're feeling good. That's good.
Probably back to about 80%.
80%.
I'm not 100%, but I'm getting there.
We'll take 80%. We'll take an 80%.
Well, I had my first full like I was not eating very much every day. Like I was eating probably an eighth what I would normally eat in a day, and there was like 2 days where I didn't eat anything.
Yeah.
And I had only 2 days ago. So not today, but yesterday, I had my first kind of full meal, and that was like I would normally, and that was for breakfast and lunch, and that would normally just be for one of those.
Yeah.
And then today I had my first full meal.
Awesome.
So
well,
I'm
that's
kind of back to normal eating.
That's an improvement. Sergeant Perry says a bean will cure all. Execute. We got our beans. Execute's got some beans, so we're ready for it. We're ready to get sick tonight.
Look. In sync.
There you go. You might as well get that open while I'm going through this St. Jude raffle stuff.
We're never opening this piece of shit. What are you talking about? This never happened.
Everyone, we are doing fantastic with St. Jude Play Live this year, raising $51,714 for the month of April and May this year, which is incredible. Getting to a STARJUMP lifetime fundraising goal for St. Jude of $92,092. We may hit 100K this year in lifetime, which is incredible. Obviously, Deb Bard has done it a few years before we got involved. And we got involved last year, and it's just been doing gangbusters. Now, we do have some amazing raffles going on right now. You can see the updated graphic right here. Tonight, we're actually doing 2 raffle drawings at the end of the show. The first will be for the Aurora Mark I Series Pack. Okay, that's a $5 donation to the STARJUMP St. Jude Tiltify link, which is coming up right now. It's also pinned to both chats, actually. Or you can scan the QR code on your screen. That's a $5 donation, real easy. You get the full pack of Mark I Auroras. Now, here's the cool thing about that. That will be for the first wheel spin. We will then do 2 additional wheel spins, and those 2 runner-ups will get Aurora Mark IIs. Am I right on that, Gear?
Yes.
Okay.
Aurora Mark II starter packs.
Starter packs. Okay, cool. So Good possibility you could win something there if you've bought into that one already. And then, of course, the big one today, which is the Tiburon. We'll do that drawing. There's a $40 donation. You can still get in on both of those right now. We'll do it at the end of the show. That will be for the big bad shark ship. I already know it's Execute's favorite ship, and we're going to get into it.
No. I have to do Chad a favor. What skin are they getting? Do they get to choose which skin they get if they win it, if they're here when it's drawn?
We'll give them
keep doing it.
They can win the they can win the overpriced ship, and then they can get their skin.
Yeah, and Grim, I wanted to mention something about the Auroras. The Aurora Mark 1 series, and then the 2 Aurora, Mark 2 starter packs. That was really, what I came up with. I was talking with Grim. It was really, kind of a thank you to put something out there so that people, something really cheap, $5, just as a, hey, I would like to get something out there that everybody feels like they can participate in, because we've been doing so amazing this year, and put it out there as low, as cheap as possible, just as a way to, let everyone kind of participate if you want to.
Not gonna lie there, Gear. It's probably my ship of the year at this point.
Real quick.
It's such a damn good ship for the money.
Couple call outs here. I don't know when exactly these came in. Ohio Medic, $40 donation. I think that one might be new. Tibbles with a $180 donation. Thank you very much, Tibbles. And then we got a $25 Execute Does Bean donation. So I'm telling you, you need to go ahead and unwrap them. While I'm going through this, you go ahead and unwrap them.
I've got my American knife.
Okay, very good, very good. So as you see, everyone, the May 20th drawings are for the Tiburon and the Milwaukee and the Mark 1 series pack. Now on May 27th, which is the last day of Defense Con, okay, for a $35 donation, we will be doing an Ironclad Assault, okay? $35 donation to get in on that one. Your odds are pretty good on that one. Right. And then on May 31st, this is the last day of St. Jude Play Live for me. It's the last day of St. Jude Play Live for me this year. And we have 3 monster raffles. The first one will be for an Ironclad dual pack, $75 donation to get in on that one. There's a Polaris with a $60 buy-in. Just a heads up on that Polaris one. We do not have a lot of people who've bought into that, so your odds are very good. And then in addition, we get the big one, $100 donation to St. Jude. You can get in on the Masters of Industry pack, which does contain I can't talk. I was going to say a Panera. No, it's a Pioneer, an Arastra, a Hull B, a Golem, a Vulture, a Mole, a Reclaimer, and a Hercules. A hell of a lot of good ships in there, including that whole limited Pioneer. So get in on that. That's all the raffles going on right now. Do not forget. Big shout out to GearCon, who's in chat here, chatting with us for offering up all those ships for the raffle. Everyone give him an 07 if you're in chat. Give Gear an 07. You'll hear his voice tonight. In addition, switching off of ships for a minute and going to a different type of ship, I did want to remind everyone that we do have a raffle going on courtesy of pigeonspaceport.com for a Scorpius model. This is a physical model. They have given me a code for one of these for free where you get to choose your own livery. It's a $25 buy-in. Okay, this model's like $200-something. So make sure you use your or go to the Tiltify link. Donate $25. You can look for this particular raffle there. I'll be raffling this one off on the 31st as well. Okay, probably about halfway through the show. Okay, really, really cool. These are going to be shipping very, very soon. Okay, so there we go.
Is that Peach or Buff?
I can't tell. Do I need to do one of these two? I guess we did. It just said Execute Does Bean. It didn't say Grim Dude Bean.
Now, I'm going to make a stipulation here, right?
Okay.
There is one flavor which is black.
It's licorice.
I hate licorice. Yeah, but so I'm just not going to eat any
But you love burnt rubber.
I would actually be happier getting the black rubber than getting.
You know what? I don't like licorice either, but the licorice here is a little subtle, so you might, if you get it, it's not too bad. So Execute Does Bean. That's what.
Is that the right one though? Or not?
You got Peach or Barf. Yeah, it's Peach or Barf.
Yeah, all right, here we go.
Bottoms up. Go for it, X. How is it? Slight sense of concern on your face.
I think it's peach.
Okay, all right.
Well,
Well,
to be
Not
bad.
looking too
If it's-
horrified. So
if it's not bad, then you probably didn't get barf.
Okay.
If you're somewhat enjoying it, it's probably peach, because even the good flavors.
No, I really like peach cider, but
Okay, because even the good flavors in this thing aren't great. They've got that stale, rotten kind of taste to them. Sandgroper says should have been a double bean.
None of the beans really like. I've got a color filter on here, but trust me, they look way more colorful in the camera than they actually look in real life. They look like someone kind of sucked all the, like Shang Tsung style. They just sucked the soul out of all the beans.
Yes.
They just they have. There's no color to them. Even the brightest ones are like a dull lemonade. They're not. Yeah, they just got no life.
Gasoline. We're gonna make them sick tonight again. All right. So that's all of our raffles. Execute's ready with beans. Money's coming in. We do greatly appreciate it, everyone. Now, next thing I want to talk about before we get to sort of our ship discussion, Aegis Day discussion stuff, is I want to switch over and sort of tell you all a little bit about the STARJUMP Fleet Viewer Hanger Link changes you may have seen going live yesterday. We have gotten a lot of requests for. Some people love the more complicated Fleet Viewer that we have now that's got all the additional features but a steeper learning curve. But there's been a lot of people also that were like, hey, I kind of missed the original Fleet Viewer that was just a lot more simpler to use. So we've heard you. Me and Starlet are working on that. When you go to STARJUMP Fleet Viewer or Hanger Link now, you'll be presented with 3 options. One is Hanger Link, one is STARJUMP Fleet Viewer, and the other one is STARJUMP Fleet Viewer Advanced. You can go, the regular one, them in the middle is the old experience, okay? So if you go to that, it's a lot like how it used to be, okay? You can add a ship, the ship populates here, you can go back. Now, there is a bug right now where you click here, you're supposed to have all the ship customization stuff. We're going to fix that tonight. But the idea here ultimately is that you have sort of all 3 experiences, right? You can go to Hanger Link, you can go to the new Fleet Viewer or the old one. The old one also, I think, had some limited functionality on mobile devices, which is why a lot of people liked it. So until we create a proper mobile version, we're kind of putting the old one back up. That's the point there. I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was going to say, wouldn't it be easier just to make it simplified to begin with, and then you just turn like the advanced on in the background for when you need extra features? Yeah,
we thought about actually doing a toggle where you're in one experience and you would just toggle between the extra features if you needed them. Some of the feedback, and that's probably what we will get to, but there's a little bit more back-end work involved with that, believe it or not. This we were actually able to just mirror over from one of our other builds. So it was kind of a simple execution, and we're going to let people try it out. Again, there's a slight bug with the old Fleet Viewer now, but we're going to fix that probably tonight. But anyways, you may be seeing a lot of Fleet Viewer changes in the background. Another thing you may have noticed is ships coming much faster into Fleet Viewer. As you all know, all the Defense Con ships are already in there. There is an issue with the Tiburon's stats right now. Its MSRP price is wrong and its cargo's wrong and roll is wrong. That's because we entered it early before we had the official information, and there's some sort of weird bug that's preventing me from updating it. When Starlet wakes up here in a few hours, she'll fix that, so please be patient. It's a little bit of a mess right now as we kind of let the dust settle with Fleet Viewer, but ultimately the goal is moving forward that we're going to be able to get ships into Fleet Viewer really, really quickly, if not same day as it goes live, as the ship goes live to you all. So that is ultimately the goal.
It's only 6:16 a.m. for her right now.
Yeah, so it'll be a little while. But Aaron Thullis with a $5 donation, the Grand Nismo with a $70 donation, and Cora Light with a $5 donation. Thank you very much, everyone. I have a feeling we'll cross 52,000 tonight. But yeah, you may see some changes. I see someone in chat said, could you label the old one as classic? We might label it STARJUMP Fleet Viewer Classic or something. We're still figuring all that out.
For us, classic and still the best.
Okay. We've seen users, it's really kind of split. We've had people that really like the new stuff, and those are the people that really like playing with it like a tool, like a toy. And then there's some people that literally just want to look at their fleet. They don't want to like mess with all the crap. And for that, they want like very simple experience. So That's what we're going to sort of build into this classic version. And we may even simplify its usage a little bit more than what it is.
So initially when I started use the new one, it was more difficult.
Yeah.
But once I learned what all the icons meant, that was the biggest difficulty going.
Right.
Because you kind of need it so when you mouse over, it kind of tells you what you.
It gives you a little hover
boxes. Yeah. Like a little hover box.
Yeah,
and
you
I think that would solve a lot of the problems.
You should get that now. When you hover over, you'll.
Didn't before.
Yeah, we just added that, so that's a new addition. Okay. But yeah, so. Essentially what I'm saying is what is deployed now, everyone, it's not done. Me and Starlet are literally working on it almost daily and probably will so for the next week or two. So a lot of work is going on back there. Thanks for your patience. Again, the goal is to make Fleet Viewer really easy to use, but also have a lot of depth. And then again, still continue to support the integration with Hanger Link and stuff like that. And then what this does is this sets us up really good for the future when we want to do new features or maybe even other apps or other things, okay? Because we have a lot of app ideas that we're kind of toying with. So there we go. That's the Fleet Viewer news. I did just want to go over that. Hopefully that all makes sense. All right, are we ready to dive in? I think we're ready to dive in. Let's go ahead and get started. Why not? Questions I see are rolling in. The question bot is going, by the way, so feel free to ask questions. We'll get to Q&A here in a little bit. Yeah.
One quick question about the Fleet Viewer, the new one.
Yeah.
I was looking for the import function for a fleetview.json, like you could do on the old one. Is that still present? I could not find it.
It is, and we may change where it is now because we've had a lot of people who can't find it. But essentially what you have to do is go to Hanger Link, do your JSON import from here. When you pull out this little drawer, there'll be the ability to connect to your RSI account and pull that. And then you have to exit, go back to Fleet Viewer, and then over here you can import them, right? So you can hit import and it'll bring your ships in. It's a little bit like 2 steps. What we'll probably do is add that Hanger Link connection button to the Fleet Viewer side thing, so you can do it all from here. That's another thing we're changing. So
that's just importing. So it's got to be in Hanger Link. You can't import a Fleet Viewer JSON from like that's you've exported from. So
if you already have a JSON, yeah, you can still do that. Yep. It is it's this one here, load canvas. You just click that,
got it,
and it will open your browser and or your Explorer, and you can choose a JSON file.
Okay.
I've just had a crazy idea. Yeah. What if you could actually have a database that every person can link to their org, so you can essentially start collecting everyone's fleet, and we could just see how many ships that we've actually got the entire game that they've sold.
Would it?
So many people don't want to let people know, but if you had some promise of de-identification,
those people can be snobs. They can fuck off. That's fine. But like, how cool would that be if we could just go, we collectively own 30,000 javelins or whatever? That'd be mad.
I can tell you that the org support. So Fleet Viewer V1 was sort of our initial release. Fleet Viewer V2 was sort of these deeper features. Fleet Viewer V3, which will be the next one, me and Starlight have already talked, and org support is like what we want to build it around. That's what we want the main feature to be. So there's some additional backend that has to go into something like that. So obviously that'll take a little bit of work, but that is the plan. That is ultimately the plan. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and dive in, everyone. We're going to get to Aegis Day proper. I know Execute, you just did a big episode on that. Usually I watch those before I do this show, but I didn't get around to it yet, but that's okay. We have you here. You'll probably freshly remember everything you've gone over. We won't go through it in the depth that you did, but we'll talk about some of it. But let's just go ahead and jump right to the new ship on the block, and that is the Aegis Tibberon, a ship that people are pretty excited about. I think there's been a lot of discussion in our Discord today about it. I've just been kind of sort of keeping an eye on, discussions on X and other places, and there seems to be a lot of discussion around it.
How were you a week ago when you first heard about it? What was your initial placement?
My initial thinking surrounding it was that I was really thinking it was a hammerhead, even this exterior, with a laser thrown on top. And I thought that it was going to take all the issues with the Hammerhead and continue them into this ship, which is we'll get to that. Continue them on into this ship, but just give the pilot something to do with a big laser. Now, at the time, I was thinking, you know, size 7, size 8 laser. I was thinking that the ships, it would have the big laser. That would be part of it, but I didn't think it was going to be a size 10 anti-capital roll sort of thing. So, and then obviously I didn't expect all the exterior design changes to the ship. And then
the exterior stuff I didn't really see coming, but it's a nice addition.
Yeah, if you remember, I did kind of a mock-up of sort of just a joking kit bash of what I was thinking this thing would be, and I literally just took a Hammerhead and threw a laser on it. Like I was thinking very much in the vein of Hammerhead variant and not wholly new ship. And what I think this is more like the Asgard to Valkyrie type thing, just on a much larger scale, right? And CIG said as much. It's not a variant. It's a whatever, a wholly new ship. So that being said, so there's obviously two different, like I've said before, when it comes to ships. I said this about you know, the Ironclads and the M80 and the Starlight and all that. I really do look at ships in two different categories. First thing I look at them is just like, how are they designed? Do they look cool? Or is the vibe interesting? Like, is it exciting? Is it fit the manufacturer? Just all that initial stuff, first impression stuff, right? Which is important because I think that's what a lot of people who get the ship base the decision on. So I do think those sort of first impression things are important to how successful a ship can be. And then the next part of that sort of grading or rating is, okay, I've now spent a week with the ship in active gameplay or something like that, and how good is it at its actual role, right? That's a whole other question. And sometimes the two don't always line up perfectly, as you know.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm between the new shiny and it's always though, like, once you get your hands on it, how is this practically going to pan out in the game? Because we've seen ships now that, hey, we've got this plan, or CIG's got this plan of how they expect it to be, and then it doesn't materialize into the reality of the game. Like, it doesn't go the way. And well, you can even look at the old Hammerhead. Yeah. Right? The old Hammerhead, it's going to be this huge, fire screen type thing, but 9 people in one ship just doesn't pan out that way. Like, it just seems it's too many people. And you can use them better elsewhere. And I still think this ship suffers a little bit from that, to be honest with you, but time will tell how well I'm corrected. But from what I'm hearing, I've got multiple orgs that have been feeding details back to me. And one of the things I've been getting them to do is they'll go out in a TIBURON and then they'll report back and say what happened. And then I'll say, right, now go out and do it in a Perseus.
Yeah. Well,
right? And then they feed back and they go, oh yeah, this is way better, or no, this is way better. And you hear those.
And that's actually a pretty smart way, I think, to get feedback, because there's always sort of like, okay, I can test a ship from the standpoint of me taking it out and doing some stuff in it. Or you can also test a ship from a standpoint of like, hey, this big org is taking it out. They regularly do big fleet ops. I would like to hear from them how it actually performs, in that scenario, right? Because a lot of times for us, whether let's say you're a content creator or something, or even a player or something like that, if you do a lot of combat stuff, that's probably how you're looking at a ship. If you do a lot of large fleet stuff, you're looking at a ship through that lens. I can only look through it through the lens I play, so it's interesting to get those other viewpoints. And I think that's another reason why I know you like to do it. I was just on Space Tomato's show a week ago. I was on Paul's show the other day. It's like, I think the reason a lot of people, when they talk ships, do like to have other people on during those discussions is because it's hard to see a ship through just your prism. You'll get a very distorted view of it. So, I think that's a great thing. Let's go through the sale page here, and then we'll sort of break it down a bit. Says here, Apex Predator do battle with Leviathans with an array of front-facing weapons, rare among heavy gunships. The Tiburon bears its fearsome teeth against foes twice its size. Okay, punching up. Putting a shiver down the spine of any captain that believes capital ship dominance is absolute. Okay. Obviously, what
I do
there's
think
yeah. Go
I
ahead.
do think fundamentally that this ship was designed by an American though.
Mm.
They saw the problem with the Idris solo railgunning people and thought, how do we solve this problem? Let's throw more cheaper guns at it, and that'll solve the problem. So
Well,
instead of having $1,000 guns, we'll have $500 guns.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
let's do that.
Well, I will say too, just from this is brought up. I know on your show some, I brought it up some, but last year we were supposed to sort of have the year of beam weapons. We did not get that,
Yep.
and suddenly, 6 months after last year, we're getting our first beam-based ship. And it's a big one, you know what I mean? A size 10. Again, it makes you want. I would love to know when this ship was concepted. Like, was this concepted last year? Do you think, or do you think this is like a newer concept that they came up with at the beginning of this year or something? Like, I wonder if this was on the cards for the year of beams. Is where I'm going.
We could only sit down with Ben and John and have lunch again.
Ben, John, if you're there, give us a call.
Yep.
999 1-800 Shipyard. Okay.
Yeah.
Dorsal Terror, uniquely fierce. Perched atop the deadly silhouette of this perfect killing machine is the ultimate expression of imminent danger. A massive size 10 beam weapon that puts ferocious power in the hands of the most vigilant and menacing pilots. I will say, too, that I do think all of these beam weapons, and this is important to know, I know you talk about this a lot, XQ, I do think all these beam weapons are bespoke. Because this is a size 10 Supremacy laser beam. The Idris has a size 10 Exodus laser beam. They are two different beam weapons. The same size, but two different beam. Yeah.
I think they're different manufacturers too.
Yeah.
And on that description, they shook all the words out of the thesaurus.
I think they stole a script from Shark Week on Discovery Channel and went for it, but that's okay. It's what the ship theme is. So, beneath the surface, hunt as one. The ultimate power of this intimidating creature lies in the skill and coordination of the crew. Of the crew within. Gather your allies and prepare to show the universe how peak military evolution operates. And then, of course, there are the paints. Let's go through those really quick. We have our factory standard, which looks really solid, I gotta say. The Colmilios, so hopefully I said that right. That is our shark paint, also really good looking. I love how they threw this one out at the lower angle. Yeah, really cool. We'll get back to the paints here. The Pinnacle, which is the one I was not interested in.
The Barnacle.
The Barnacle.
Anyway,
that'd be good, actually. The Enforcer, gray with white and silver highlights. I thought this one was pretty attractive, actually.
That one I would have just gone with Dead Shark.
Dead Shark, that works. That works.
Yep.
And then Vermilion, which is...
And that's where my erection hit my chin.
And
I was like...
Right, that's where you were knocked out for about 30 minutes. Yeah. Man, I tell you, they needed... I'll say this. I've said this before many times on stream. I don't always love the way CIG handles red. They either handle it way too dusty looking or way too shiny and glossy to where it looks almost tacky. They handled this one really, really nicely. I thought it was really done. Like the specularity level is at like the perfect amount. It feels like it's still heavy metal material, but it's painted red. It's harder to do than people think.
They really should have gone with the chum, like the shark namings of the skins. Though I would have called that one Chum. But, you could have had some really cool names, but they went boring.
Not just bloody mess or something as blatant as that, but it's a great red. It's like a barn red, I thought.
Really nice, and it's balanced nicely with the black too. Like they just weighted it really nicely. So, and again, that one is Chairman's Club paint.
The default skin is probably still one of the best default skins I've ever seen on a ship.
I would agree. I would agree. It looks
really, really good.
It looks good, and it looks good in game. I think this was a solid win here. Again, they always seem to throw one olive or green or weird color like that in there. I've just never been a big fan of those. But
why didn't they just go like yellow and purple SpongeBob SquarePants at this point? Like,
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that we didn't get a white one. I was hoping for an inverse of the Enforcer,
where
it was white, but with
great white.
white with like black accents. Tell me that wouldn't have looked
It
cool.
was the Perseus.
Yeah.
You could have had it white on the bottom and kind of like the blacky blue on the top. That would have been sick.
Real quick here, let me get to a few donations. $5 from Cora Light, appreciate it. $40 from C McD. $40 from Quezzy83, $40 from PD Lou 2000. Do appreciate that, everyone. And then $235 donation from Texas Horny Toad. Do appreciate it. It's majorly generous. Thank you very much, Texas, and everyone who's donating tonight. You're all incredible. We've now surpassed $52,000 raised. We're at $52,174, climbing up that ladder. Thank you very much for your generous donations, everybody.
Hey, Grim.
Yeah.
Is it really hard? But can you tell how many are we at for the Tiburon?
I can't at the moment, but I'll be able to look that up in just a minute. Yep.
I was going to say, you know, as looking at these different paints and, you know, kind of seeing the excitement, I will throw in a choice. The person gets to select a paint for the Tiburon, whoever wins the Tiburon.
There you go.
There you go.
Look at that.
Spoken
Spoken right from Gear's mouth. Yes, I will look at that, but the odds, again, a lot of times the odds on these are good. We're up to 78 tickets purchased for the Tiburon. 78. So again, you have to weigh that. Like if you've only bought one ticket, it's still 1 in 78 chance. It's not terrible, especially compared to a lot of my CIG giveaways where I get 2,000 entries. You know what I mean? So it's good odds.
So I'll ask you guys this question then.
Yeah.
How did you find the Hammerhead as a ship? Is that a keeper for you guys, or did you not like it, or what? What was your thoughts on that one?
So it's different. So it's different from when I first came in to the game and started playing Star Citizen, and what I see the Hammerhead in sort of the game now, right? So I'll back up first. So when I first saw the Hammerhead in game back, and this would have been in 2020, I saw it. I think it was parked out there at wherever the New Deal shop is, right? And I remember thinking to myself, "Whoa, players can get this!" Like you know what I mean? It was that moment. It looks cool. It still looks cool. It's an interesting look. When you see it, you go, "Oh man, I want to fly that with my friends." Then. And I felt the interior was cool. You come up that back cargo deck, and those engines are barely holding themselves together. You know, it's got the really weird bridge position underneath the ship. There's all these little things that are attractive when you first see it, right? It's that kind of initial impression. You're just like, yes, this thing looks tough. This thing looks like it would go into battle. Then you spend a lot of time with it, and you start to see, like many ships, where those flaws are at. And it had a few. The big issue for me with the Hammerhead has always been, and this isn't a unique problem to the Hammerhead though. So speaking in terms of like how I view the ship now, it's crew. To effectively man the Hammerhead, you really want to have, I would say, 80% of the turrets covered. Right? Like at least 60 to 80% of those turrets manned to effectively pull out a Hammerhead. Like if you can't man at least 60% of the turrets, I don't totally know if there's value in taking the Hammerhead. You might as well take a bunch of fighters or something, right?
Did you have any layout issues with the ship? How like it needlessly had this hole that created all these extra corridors?
It's always been a ship that felt like there was a lot of running involved. As a matter of fact, it reminds me a lot of the Idris, which makes sense. It's same manufacturer. Yep. There's sort of that kind of ring around the ship sort of hallway corridors throughout it. So from that perspective, it's always been one of those ships where I felt like, man, I'm having to move a lot through here. Like there's a lot of wasted movement through here. And it, felt like there could be a more efficient central hallway that then branched out.
Everything you just said there is exactly what I have problem with the Tiburon, because the layout is essentially 98% the same.
Well,
right? Like the turrets lead to the same places. It's not like it's instead of you just going outside, you stay inside. You know, the instead of there being a dock that opens, it's just a closed off room. But it still has the same gear in it. It just in fact have some more. Instead of the door there's a weapons rack,
armory, a big armory room.
Fundamentally it is the same ship internally, right?
Yeah,
it's really an external different ship. The
Yeah.
inside is almost identical, and that's my biggest problem with it. Plus, you add what you said about the crew, and I'm 100% on the same page.
Yeah, the crew for the Tiburon, I think, is 7. Let's actually go down to the stats really quick here. So yeah, 121 meters in length, 68 meters wide. Has obviously the up there it is too. The 1 size 10 bespoke laser beam weapon, very important, and then 32 size 3 missiles. And then the turrets are 4 times remote with 1 size 7 ballistic and 1 manned quad size 4. Now, I thought the crew.
We looked it up with Gemini because we couldn't find it anywhere, and it's 6 to 7.
Okay, yeah. So 6 to 7. So it's still a heavy crew count ship. The only thing is I do think it's weighted a little differently this time versus the Hammerhead, where when you're going with that equation, okay, when does it make sense to pull the Hammerhead out? Like I was saying, hitting that 60 to 80% turret occupancy, then it makes sense to bring out the Hammerhead. I think this one is weighted a little differently. Like, I think you could have you and your friend go out in this and still play a bigger role than you could if you and your friend went out in a Hammerhead, right? Now, there's still disadvantages to this, but
Hammerhead, you have all the turrets do exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Oh, real quick.
And you're no longer the primary weapon either.
Yeah. Real quick before it goes off screen, $200 from Anonymous. Thank you very much. $45 from Bunker Fist, keeping the Discord alive. $45 from Star Cadet Grim, great name. $15 from the Space Warden, and $110 from Blurry Pixel. Thank you very much, everyone.
What a suck up. Blurry Grim. Give him a straw.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But thank you very much for those donations, everyone. That is very generous. Appreciate it. I'm going to continue to call those out throughout the evening. Yeah. So go ahead.
Oh, keep going. I was wondering you were done. I was going to kind of wade in my opinion.
Yeah, go ahead.
On though, if you were.
Yeah, we'll go to the cost yet, which I think next, which I think will also color this conversation. But go ahead and give your initial impression there.
Yeah, for me, it was it played a specific role when I needed a volume of fire with mid to heavy range hitting. Then the Hammerhead was kind of the thing I was going for, but I realized it was going to be it'd be a challenge, right? Either it was going to be a corp function, and we're going to be paired with some heavy hitters, long range like Polaris or Idris or Javelin, and you needed screens, right? The Hammerhead's awesome in that role, and you've got corp mates to staff it, so you get that problem a little bit alleviated. But in PvE, it was one of those ships where if I was taking a mission or going to be looking at a mission that needed that volume of fire, and we wanted to go in one ship, heavy coordination, and just doing that, then it's a niche. It was a real niche role. I felt like I wanted one, but it wasn't coming out very often. A lot more times I felt like I would take 2 Redeemers.
It probably still also needs the different ammo types, because obviously once flak ammo comes in, well, that thing's going to find its heyday, isn't it? So, but the main reason I was asking it was because I knew the issues that most people have with it are things like the crew count and the interior. And the funny thing is, all those issues are right there with the Tiburon. They haven't disappeared. They haven't gone anywhere. They've lowered it slightly, but it's still a little bit there, and in a weird way, all the strengths of the Hammerhead have just been slitted from one end of the scale all the way up to the other end.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Instead of having this thing that's kind of like balanced in the middle, it's like, do you want the thing that's the glass cannon, or do you want the thing that's the lead balloon? Like, it's like 0 to 11. There's no middle ground, and that's what I find really interesting about it. There is a need for this ship. I totally see the need.
Yeah,
but this is the best, and no, it's not. You can't say it's the best.
This is a ship that I'm really excited to see, like, a month from now, when people have sat with it a while and used it a lot, and used it in tactical strike groups, used it in other things. I'm really interested to see sort of where it falls. I always go back to that Inside Star Citizen or SCL that the ship team did, where John Cruz specifically talked about sort of CIG's idea of fleet makeup, right? And this is where they talked about the Polaris's role and the Hammerhead's role and the Idris's role. And now factoring this in, you can kind of see CIG starting to like fill in the empty parts of the colored page, fill in whatever little holes are left in that sort of gunship role. We had the Hammerhead, we had the Perseus, so this one's filling in something. I could see another one coming in at a different time that's slightly different as well.
Because of its extreme nature, like the Hammerhead, right?
Yeah.
Both the Hammerhead and the Tiburon have a place that exists in a fleet. I will 100% agree with that. And that's also the issue, though. They are so fleet dependent because of how they're made. And I'd even argue things like the Perseus fall into that. But then you can take another ship like a Polaris, and that can kind of go on its own a bit. You know, it's a bit more generalistic. So if you've got all these different attack craft and you want to make that like your general thing, you want to go out on a Tuesday, cool. This is a ship that you're going to go out on the weekend on, and that's probably it. You know what I mean? You're not going to go out every day of the week in this thing.
And I always think of ships like the Hammerhead, the Perseus, and this in regards to like, they don't have a lot of those capital level combat features, which I think is a good thing, but you have to factor that in terms of their future roles. They don't have, for example, the holo tables that will have all this command and control functionality. They don't have medical bays that, you know what I mean? So they're very much single purpose ships in a way, you know, the Perseus, Hammerhead, Tiburon, sort of trifecta of ships. And it makes sense. They're very single-minded focus. I do think that when, you know, and this gets brought up every time the Hammerhead gets brought up, and, you know, which is the AI turret blade sort of control. When that comes online, originally the discussion was, well, will you be able to use that on the Hammerhead? And there's sort of been two schools of thought on that. There's old Q&As that say man turrets can be computer bladed. There's old messaging apparently that says no. And with this ship, though, being that its primary turrets outside of the supremacy beam weapon are remote, technically this one can be for sure bladed. Maybe the Hammerhead too, but for sure we expect this one to be bladed. Maybe.
It comes down to that cost, doesn't it, on blades?
Right. It comes down to that cost. We also, it may not be every turret can be bladed, because I think there's going to be a blade capacity limit in the computer system, obviously. We also don't know if CIG could do anything, by the way, everybody. The reason I bring this up is because I've heard a few people today buy this ship specifically because they were like, oh man, when I can put computer blades in this thing, it's a perfect solo ship. But one thing to remember is CIG can make up any role. They could say, oh, well, computer blades are not going to work for anything over a size 4 weapon. You know, they could make up whatever qualifiers they want.
They can also
technically
change it in the future too. They can change things to balance. It's my biggest problem is all these bespoke weapons. They just keep bespoke weaponing everything. That's their fix. They're like, well, we can't individually balance all these big weapons, so we're just going to make them so they're all bespoke. And
that to me,
you are narrowing this pool. Like, I don't even know how many there's maybe. Let's just say there's 20 weapons. You're narrowing it from 20 to 1 or 2 in most cases, and it's a gut punch. I'd rather them go down in size so I get more variety.
Do you think that the sort of rise in bespoke weaponry, though, specifically is around this sort of self-realization that the ship team has come to, or the gameplay team, whoever's handling the weapon balance, where they've come to some conclusion that, look, the only way to balance this in the future is to have an independent knob for every single weapon, so that we can...
I could answer this, but I could also say, geez, wouldn't it be really cool if they just told us?
True. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Who out there could possibly give us that information?
Yeah. All right, CIG, are you watching? Let's go with the price real quick here again, because I think that could color some of the conversation. Ship's Warbond price is $700, and the credit price is $775, putting it in kind of a really interesting position for CCUs and stuff like that. I did get this ship today. I'm gonna talk a little bit about what I did, but what Execute and Gear, what was your initial thoughts on the price? And real quick before you say, I'll say $50 from Anonymous, thank you very much, and $40 from Lazy Donuts, thank you very much. Appreciate that, guys.
You go first, kid.
I was irritated with the price. I wanted it to be an upgrade from the Hammerhead.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I felt like it made sense. It made all the sense in the world. It was a modified Hammerhead chassis.
You need to restate what you're going to say, because you mean a Warbond upgrade from the
Yes, a Warbond upgrade. Yep. Yeah, and and now it's not in the cards. So you got Warbond. You got to look at an upgrade from Orion, or what's bigger for a Carrack, but Banu Merchantman. But yeah, it wasn't a great price point. They could have tweaked some little things to allow it, but they didn't. So
where would you want it to come
otherwise, in? Ideally, like the first one here, like 710. Right, then it would have been an upgrade, right? It would have been a CCUable Warbond from a Hammerhead, right? Is that right, or no? Is Hammerhead 725 now?
Hammerhead 725. So you only had two options, because once you got up to this price point, they jumped by $25 every time. So you had 750 and you had 775, which is why I said 775, which is exactly where it landed.
Right.
Well, the reason you don't want it 750 is there are two other ships that sit there. This actually gave really good options now, because now you can upgrade from you can upgrade from an A2. So where I caught it was much better than anywhere else it was going to be. It was where it has landed is the best possible place it could have landed. And,
it is. It's a lot more crowded than I thought.
All you're really arguing about is, do I get $50 via Warbond, or do I get $50 via non-Warbond? At the end of the day, it was going to cost you $50 either way. So you haven't really lost or gained anything. So it really doesn't matter. It's just that you got to pay $50 to get your Tiburon. Boo fucking who? $775.
Right.
Ship.
Yeah.
If you get $50, you'll just take it on the chin.
Yep.
And
now doesn't a non-Warbond CCU end up being 75?
No, it would be 50 if you went from the Hammerhead.
Oh, okay, right.
Right, 725 to 775.
Yeah.
But if you go from ships that are below 700, right? So you've got things like the Banner Merchantman, the Ironclad Assault. There are multiple options then. That's quite a large jump if you think about it. For $50, you then jump an additional 75. That's pretty reasonable,
Yeah, Grim and I were looking at those jumps.
Yeah.
And if you were I was saying to Grim earlier, I basically lined myself up to get an Ironclad with an Ironclad Assault upgrade, and now I'm going, oh, geez, for under $200, I could have, because I jumped from way down the bottom. I can't remember what it was, but I had a whole bunch of CCUs, and so my Ironclad's sitting there at like 150 something. But basically, I could get to a Tiburon for $50, and it's like,
I'm excited for you to hear what I did to get the Tiburon, but we'll get there in a second.
So I'm going to get a couple of CCUs, but with the, I don't know, the performance of the gun and of the ship, I'm going to hold off on applying them just to see how they fix this.
I think the long game is realistically exactly what happened to the Hammerhead. You had a Hammerhead at one extreme, right? That punched down. You've now got this other extreme that punches up. Yep. And I think they both suffer from the opposite problem the other does. So the problem with the Hammerhead was it could never compete with other ships of its own size. It got smacked around by other bigger ships. Now, I'll tell you just what I've been hearing. The feedback I've been hearing from groups was, we went out in the Tiburon, we did the tactical strike groups, and the first group came back and said, we got absolutely pantsed by two Buccaneers. They were smacking the shit out of us.
Right.
You
really have no defense.
Yeah, because of that one turret, and if the pilot, because the pilot's focused on his own painty laser, he's not defending himself. His priority, I'm going to be honest, that should have been something given to the co-pilot, because he should be concentrating on keeping the ship alive.
It becomes a detriment, huh? Yeah, because they're trying to steer for their one shot rather than trying to place.
You're also sitting there stationary, essentially, trying to keep the laser on the target. So the little fighters can just go, wait, so their one turret's at the back on the bottom. All right, so I'll just go above. Oh, nice to see you. How's it doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, this ship again is meant to go with a group, but again, it also goes back to what I said. It's a single-minded focus with this one. It's punching up specifically. You know what I mean? So it's just something you have to keep in mind if you're taking the ship out.
We're talking PV. Hang on. We're talking PVE here too, by the way.
Yeah.
So just imagine what's going to get like when you get a
Be
person
worse.
like Bob.
Yeah.
He's going to come in and rip your asshole off. Like it's just. I'm telling you, it's going to go exactly the same the way the Hammerhead did, just at the other end of the scale.
Yeah, Tiburon's killed by a single F7A.
And I don't know about you. I don't know about you, by the way. What do you reckon there are more of in the game? Little small ships or really big ships?
Right. Yeah. A lot of
Yeah,
small.
actually,
in a way, it's going to go Hammerhead Tiburon.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the
So if you
things
don't like
you
the
mentioned,
Hammerhead, you ain't going to like the Tiburon. It's that simple.
Yeah. One of the things you mentioned, and we all talked about it as a detriment. Is what it's turning out is the pilot becomes singularly focused about getting that laser into a shot. Right? They want the, I got to get this. It's it could be Glory Hound and it could just be functionality. Right? It's the main gun on the ship. So a big purpose of the thing being in space is to bring that gun to bear. So they're focused for good reasons, and then maybe not so great reasons, but. An amazing change would be to optionally, toggle a switch and put this gun on, co-pilot, on another seat. Put the main gun being controlled. Now that might be a little bit too powerful, but that would be awesome. I'd like that.
The way I would have designed this thing is, the room that's upstairs where you put all the gear on. The gear room.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle of that room, I would have placed a chair. I would have made it so that you can you don't need any people on the front remote turrets, and so basically the railgun and the two frontmost turrets were all controlled by one person that sat in that room. And so he could fire the railgun, and when that's being discharged or whatever, he can literally look to his left and look to his right, and he can fire all the lasers as well. So you can essentially shoot someone on the way in, shoot someone on the way out, and it would have made this targeted symbiotic relationship between this really heavy gunner guy and the pilot trying to keep the ship alive. And then I probably would have made it so that the turrets at the back were more defensive. Well, that's just how I would have done it. But that's a balanced ship. They are clearly not going for a balanced ship. They went, as I said, they've just taken the slider and pushed it all the way to the other end.
Well, in one way, it's like they are thinking of balance, but they're thinking of balance across multiple ships. And that's sort of, when you look at that Gunships package they sold, that's almost a clear reflection of sort of their thinking, I think, where it's like, we're not balancing the Tiburon for itself. We're balancing the Tiburon for how it fits amongst a family of ships. And it does make you wonder if CIG, if that's sort of like the planning going forward with some of these bigger ships we'll get, maybe like the Odin, and others that, we'll find out more about in time. Anything else?
I wonder if we can, if the community, thinks and comments about, wanting that gun to be optionally controlled by somebody else. I'll be interested to see if, we can apply some pressure, enough votes get out there to say, yeah, I want this.
I think it's not like the Idris, though, right? The Idris was because it was a railgun. This is a laser that has to be constantly fired and aimed. So I actually think I can see why they put it on the pilot. Like, I can actually see that, right? But the problem then becomes, but now I can't.
I can't focus on my other tasks.
You almost need the co-pilot to be on defense. He needs to be going, dude, you need to stop firing the laser, our ass is getting burnt,
Right.
The communication on the ship is going to be off the charts.
Yeah. And we get down, to the same point. We're talking about we got two jobs in one chair right now, and it's so you got to move something.
Yeah.
It's like you either move the gun or you move some of the engineering, some of the other tasks that the pilot normally takes care of.
And there's a lot of ways they could have did this. They could have did this on the Idris as well, where I was in a conversation with someone about this, where it was going around this whole thing of like, should the pilot have control of that weapon? I fundamentally think not. But then someone was hammering this idea of, well, the aiming mechanisms really catered to the pilot. And I said, okay, fine. There's another way around that too. It could still be a pilot aimed weapon and a pilot fired weapon. But what if the co-pilot had to charge the weapon? You know what I mean? Charge it and activate that charge, activate that sequence of events that then brings the weapon up to firing phase. And then the pilot then can employ it. It's fired. And then the co-pilot has to recharge that weapon. You know what I mean? Or do whatever, magic diagnostic that has to recharge the weapon. There's a lot of ways around this. Thing. It's called game design. It's because nothing is reality in this game. They can make up whatever sort of Star Trek magic gobbledygook they want to make things function in a certain way, and hopefully they do for the sake of game balance. I've said it many times, but the idea, the whole issue with the railgun and the beam weapons being pilot controlled, specifically on the Idris as well, but now this has to be considered, is it upsets the balance of every other capital combat ship that comes into the game. You know what I mean? In my opinion. And it makes the Idris this weird outlier. And what was funny is right before I found out about the Tiburon, like when it started leaking out, I was having this conversation. Literally, I think it was at the same day I was talking to someone about how they need to do something to mitigate the pure pilot control of the Idris railgun and beam weapon, give it some sort of charge functionality by the co-pilot. And then the very next day we hear this thing about this shark with a laser on it. I was like, oh, damn, they're doing it again. They just said, the hell with you. We're going in another pilot. But again, at that time, I was thinking size 7 weapon, size 8 weapon, something like that. Mm-hmm. No, we just went right for another size 10 pilot control beam weapon.
It's going to be interesting. You said in a month or so's time, like, can I take 2 Tiburons and take on an Idris?
Yeah.
Can I? And even then, like 1-on-1, obviously the Idris is still going to win. Like it's got capital components and blah blah blah. It's got way more shit going for it. But again, I want to know what the matchup is. Is it 4 Tiburons to 1? Like, just because they've got the same size guns does not mean you're going to sit there and let the Idris just hit you with a railgun, or it's, if you've got the laser variant, you get my point, right? You're not just going to sit there and go toe to toe with an Idris. You're going to have to tactically dance around this thing, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to choose your opportunities for when you fire that laser. And again, if you are in a fleet, your fleet is going to have to work with you to do the dance of death. Because when you turn up with this and there's an Idris, who do you reckon the Idris is going for first? Like, they're not just going to go, let's take out that Aurora. He looks pretty ugly. They're going to go, Mr. Tibberon, boom.
Yeah.
They're hard hitter. Yeah.
What do you think of? Let's go back to just sort of the ship design itself and their take on sort of this Hammerhead variant, taking large sections of the Hammerhead, obviously reusing them, but then obviously rebuilding big sections of the ship too. I do think the ship is really, really nice looking, and I hope it is a little bit of a cue on where they may take Aegis moving forward. It's not like this is a radical departure from Aegis established stuff, but there are some things we've never seen in the Aegis design language, right? We've never seen like sweeping curves like this. Some of the texture play is something we haven't seen. A lot of the Aegis ships, especially the big ones, the current Javelin, the current Idris, those might change with the new exteriors, but the current ones we have, even ships like the Hammerhead and stuff, the exteriors, because they're older exteriors, they're not as like heavily detailed. It's very much like almost like heavy armor plating kind of looking stuff. And this ship got a lot more panel differentiation on it than we've seen in Aegis ships past. So,
can you go to Hang Link for me? And I want you to bring up 2 ships and see if you can get them to look roughly the same size.
Okay.
But the very first time that this thing came up on camera, for the first half a second, or maybe 2 or 3 seconds, I went, is that a Merlin variant?
Right. Let me
Because
clear.
and when you look at the lines of these of the ships, and if you can get them next to each other on a similar scale, they do look somewhat similar, especially in the front end. That kind of swept forward curve thing that both the Tiburon and the Merlin have.
Yeah.
They're not exactly the same. Obviously, there are differences, but I would say you talked about shape language.
Yeah.
You can see you can start to see in the bulbous front there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a similarity, is there not?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, I think that it's just, like I said, it's very new. And also you can just, if you look at the texture differentiation, the panel differentiation, all the little bits of greebling extra, that's not what we typically get on Aegis ships. Even an industrial Aegis ship like the Reclaimer, it does have more of those sort of mechanicals and greebles, but not as many as you think. I was just inspecting the model the other day. And again, older exteriors, but...
It looks like a salamander now.
It has the Armagon hexes on it that the Avenger has on it, which is a real tip back to the day. So I almost expect this to be more heavily armored than the Hammerhead, just based on the texturing.
Yeah.
The shark skin look that they went for.
Yeah, I could
which
see
I think
that.
is
again,
awesome.
If you're going up against bigger ships, you are going to need more heavy armor. Where again, that Hammerhead is designed to go up against fighters, not needing.
It would be.
It's almost. I'm not the World War II ship guy. Agrid's into that stuff, but it's almost like the battle cruiser versus the battleship analogy. I don't know which one's which, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, it would be something if the armor comes out to also be something that can, not only just handle the fighter ballistics, but also the big ship ballistics. If the armor on the Tiburon is, there to give us staying power, at least lasting a hit or two from that. From the big gun, the mass driver on the Idris.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, and this is kind of for the floor here, and obviously chat, feel free to chime in. One of the big things I was expecting with the Hammerhead, obviously it didn't come to fruition and was still a bit shocking to me. On the Hammerhead, there was arguments to be made why it didn't get these. But on the Tiburon, it's really obvious that it doesn't have them, and that's PDCs. Even a minimal level of PDC, PDC support, like in terms of maybe it just got 2 of them, but it got none, which to me, for a military ship of this size, I was a bit surprised about.
Seems like a very blatant balance statement, huh?
I agree. I think it's a very specific decision by CIG. I almost wish that was one of the questions in the Q&A surrounding the Tiburon. It's not, but I do, at least I don't think it is. I read through there the other day. I didn't see it. But that is something I would have really been curious to hear about. Not because I'm overly disappointed in it, but I would love to know CIG's thinking there. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's the balance thing, but I always like to get some of those questions answered because I'm like, okay, how will this affect future ships we get in this size regime in this role regime? You know what I mean? For example, I'll just bring up another one. We have, so gunships, they're pretty well covered on, right? When we get to the frigate, corvettes and frigates, we're a little weird when it comes to military corvettes and frigates. We only really have one. We have the Polaris and we have the Idris, right? Yes, I know the Ironclad's kind of considered a Drake corvette according to CIG or whatever, but it's not a UE Navy military combat ship. You know what I mean? Like the Ironclad Assault isn't. So when we get those future, maybe they're from Anvil, corvettes and frigates and stuff that are supposed to give us an option across from the Polaris or the Idris, you do wonder, like, what are some of these rules they're going to carry over? Oh, we just got a raid. Who raided us? Space Tomato Gaming raided us with a party of 695 viewers.
Hey, buddy. I
was just on Space's show the other day. Had a great time.
Yeah, I didn't get an invite.
He worked with my crazy schedule. It was.
Well, it's a lot easier to work with yours than it is mine. I know that for sure. The
Space,
other side of the world.
Space, hope you're doing well, buddy. I know you just brought your community over here, so I'll go ahead and say what we're doing tonight. We are talking about the Tiburon right now, but I'll switch it over. First off, thank you for the raid, buddy. I do appreciate it. Hope you had a great stream. We are doing Twitch drops, everyone, just in case you were wondering. Twitch drops are active. We do have St. Jude raffles going on tonight. We are raising money for St. Jude Play Live. STARJUMP has raised $52,739 over the course of April and May of this year for St. Jude and sick kids battling cancer. So we have a QR code at the bottom of your screen. And we have a Tiltify link pinned to chat where you can donate. We have some amazing ship raffles we're doing, including 2 tonight. If you donate $5 towards the St. Jude Tiltify link, you'll see different raffles listed there. You can select the Aurora Mark 1 Series Pack. It's only a $5 donation to get a raffle ticket for that one, and you have a chance of winning. We'll do this drawing tonight of an Aurora Mark 1 Series Pack. We'll have 2 runners-up for that pack, by the way, that will get Aurora Mark 2 game packages. And then for a $40 donation to St. Jude, we're going to be doing a Tiburon raffle later tonight. We'll be doing that drawing, so you can get in on those. Those are both drawing at the end of the show tonight. But you can also see the other raffles going on. You can see them right there. $35 for an Ironclad Assault. We'll do that drawing on May 27th. And then May 31st, we have a bunch of drawings. An Ironclad Dual Pack, a Polaris, and a crazy Masters of Industry pack that GearCon put together that consists of a Pioneer, an Arastra, a Hull B, a Golem, a Vulture, a Mole, a Reclaimer, and a Hercules. So if you win that raffle, you get all those ships, which is kind of crazy. And GearCon is in chat with us. He offered up all these ships for raffle. Thank you very much, Gear. But yeah, you can go to the link that's pinned to chat on Twitch, or you can scan that QR code you see on your screen. I do appreciate it. We also have another raffle. We have Pigeon Spaceport. They offered up a Scorpius model, physical model, for the St. Jude Play Live charity campaign we're doing. So I do have a code for a free one of these. These are about $220, if I'm not mistaken. I think they've just started shipping. They're really, really cool. It's a physical model of an RSI Scorpius. You get to choose your paint job. But that is a $25 buy-in. If you want to get in on that, that is on the same Tiltify link. Just look for the right thing. And then for the fine print, got to do that fine print again. All ships were donated by GearCon. We will contact you within 5 days of the drawing. Okay, if you've won, we'll contact you via email. You don't have to reach out to us. You will then have 7 days from the time I send that email to sort of confirm and claim the prize. Once you do claim that, we'll talk about confirmation and getting you set up. Failure to do so within that specified time, though, will result in a new drawing with a new winner. So just a heads up, okay? No tickets tonight, everyone. No tickets. It's just the raffles. So Tiltify link pinned to chat or the QR code. All right. Going back to the Tiburon here. Yeah, I mean, I think from the looks department, CIG killed it. I mean, it looks great. No complaints there. I think it does have me kind of excited for future Aegis ships and to see where those will go. It kind of re-excited me for hopefully when we get the new Idris and new Javelin exteriors brought into Star Citizen, although there's a part of me that thinks those might have to be brought down a little bit in complexity. I have heard CIG mention one other time, I forget where I heard this, but it was from like John Crew or Ben Curtis, if I'm not mistaken, maybe Nathan Dearsley, but there was a mention of some of the squadron exteriors have sort of a level of detail applied to them that go beyond what the PU's target is. I think that was an old comment. I don't know if that necessarily holds true with crazy ships like the Polaris and stuff that we have that have so much detail, but I am excited to see Aegis get brought up a little bit. It's got a lot of really important ships in its roster, so I'd love those exteriors to be brought up a little bit. We did get some donations, by the way. $80 from Froboy, $35 from Jay Beacom. Thank you very much. Space Warden was $60. Thank you very much for those donations, guys. So yeah, you guys feel the same though about the exterior of the ship at the very least, and then we'll go into the interior discussion.
Yeah. Hey, do you think, Grim, that that shark skin that's a part of like the Aegis design kit now, right? I mean, we should expect or could expect to see.
Sure, seems like it.
There are some. Yeah, this ship made some nice additions in general to the Aegis design language.
Yeah, I know that people were hoping the Perseus had a shark skin paint. it seems like maybe it's an Aegis thing. Jay Beacom, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. $65 from the House of Shogun. Appreciate that. Yeah. Execute.
What I was going to say is it's clearly the first kind of big Aegis ship we've seen in a while, so it does allow them to get those things into the kit, and obviously it makes me wonder what they're working on next.
Yeah.
Are they going back and doing something completely new? Are they going back and doing a Nautilus? Are they going back and doing a Vulture?
Well, we know that
interesting to know why they're bringing them all up to speed all of a sudden when a lot of the Aegis stuff is done, you know.
Well, we do know too that the only two, and I'm going to put the Javelin aside. Oh, $100 from Locupus. Thank you very much, Locupus. Very generous. We do know that, you know, obviously, I don't consider the Javelin a concept ship anymore because it is done essentially with minor, you know, minus a few PU things. But there's only, besides the Javelin or coming into the game, there's only 2 other Aegis ships out there still to do that are in concept, and that is the Nautilus that you see here, and of course the Vulcan. 2 very different ships, obviously, and both of those ships are held up by feature tech. You know, it's not really just a case of them deciding to do them. Nautilus is very much built around mine gameplay. Now, I do think they could launch the Nautilus without the Nemo drones personally, and just launch it with the mines, but we don't have mine gameplay or mine feature stuff yet. And then the Vulcan is definitely locked behind drones. The ship is built around drone gameplay, so
I think the Nautilus is going to get 2 very good things for it. I think I think the mines are going to be expanded. I think they're not just going to be like fighter mines. I think they're going to, you know, you can deploy 4 mines of this size, or you can deploy 1 mine of this size, you know. I think it's going to, so I think that, and also the video footage that shows the interior walkthrough of this thing is essentially been deleted from the internet. Why?
Yeah.
Because much like we heard about other ships after they were concepted, they changed things. Now, I remember talking earlier today about the Pioneer. Me and Aragorn were hearing within 2 months of that thing being concepted, it didn't 3D print anymore. But we didn't get confirmation of that for like almost another 8 years into 2024, right?
Yeah.
And we'd heard it literally like months afterwards. So I now look at the Nautilus and know that what they know, making a ship that's that size that only really makes mines that take on a mine ship is kind of lackluster. I think you need to change how mines are deployed. I think it's a little bit like how the Pioneer works. They're going to up the functionality a lot. Yeah, this is the video I'm talking about that's been deleted.
I turned execute up a little bit, everyone, if he was a little low. Sorry.
Yeah, but if you kind of go through it all, I think the deleting, the functionality, and then kind of hitting their stride with things, I think that's what I'm seeing with this. So I don't know if that knocks this ship back a little bit, but either way, the later a ship becomes, always the better and more polished it is anyway. So, but there are a lot of bigger ships there that they've got to. Come on, you can't not look at the Reclaimer for crying out loud. That thing needs a huge overhaul.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's the Redeemer. I think that's a prime target for a Mark II.
Yeah.
It would fix all its issues.
And you know what I think about too when I think of the Nautilus specifically, you know, we're seeing with the Tiburon, we're seeing some new Aegis large ship exterior kind of stuff. We've seen hints, you know, from the Squadron trailer of the new Javelin exterior, the new Aegis exterior. But what we haven't seen in a long time is we haven't seen any like modern Aegis large ship interior work. You know what I mean? The Tiburon's essentially the Hammerhead interior. The Hammerhead interior essentially just borrows stuff from the Idris interior. The Javelin's the same. Nothing wrong with those interiors, by the way.
There is a little bit shared in common with the I was going to say the Nostromo, but I mean the Reclaimer, because there's those padded liners, but they were just a different color on the Hammerhead, kind of signalizing civilian versus military, though. But
and nothing wrong with those interiors, but they've been around a long time. We haven't seen anything new interior-wise from Aegis. And calling out a couple donations, by the way. Cold Circuit with a $5 donation. Appreciate that. Norse Peak with a $60 donation. Zandir Knight, $140. Thank you very much for that. And $5 from Anonymous, everyone. Bringing us up to $53,229 raise. We're doing good. StarJump lifetime raise almost at 100K. We're at $93,782. Everyone, appreciate
Thank
that
you all.
generosity. Yeah.
I also think you're going to need to look at the functionality of this ship because, again, deploying mines through arms, it kind of sounded cool and glacial, but really at the end of the day, aren't you just going to pick them up with tractor beams?
I would think so. I would
so
think
when
so.
you kind of work it through, isn't this realistically just a cargo ship?
Yeah.
With a fabricator that makes mines.
Yeah.
And when you kind of work it all the way through, it doesn't need to be as dedicated as it used to be, right? Yeah. And it kind of shifts into a ship that creates mines and maintain mines. So you essentially need a fabricator.
Ooh, a fabricator, that'd be cool.
You get what I mean? Like it's a fabricator, a bit of a maintenance repair station, and whatever else gameplay. Like, do you need a hacking component in there as well? So I said, you get where I'm going with it, right? So if you're diffusing mines, it's a hacking. So it's essentially a ship that has a combination of repair, fabrication, and hacking, and that is a really weird combo, right?
Yeah.
But again, could you get away with that? Could I essentially take an Idris with a fabricator and all that just sitting on the deck and get away with it?
My argument for that, because I do really find that interesting, my argument for that when it comes to the Nautilus is the Nautilus is a very different type of combat ship. Again, I brought this up a little bit, and we'll swing back to the Tibburon in a second. By the way, real quick, everyone, I'm only 2 followers away from 9,000 followers on Twitch. Only 2. Thank you very much, everyone. We're almost
but those special launches, right, that are on this, it's the same as kicking a bucket out the back of the back door of almost any ship that has a back cargo pod.
Yeah.
And I remember how people went off their absolute tits at these 2 size 7s, and then only 6 months later we had the Aries out.
At the back door
I think there's someone at my back
we
door
just hit
doorbell.
9,000 followers, everyone. That is incredible. Thank you very, very much. Chip Skirt and Cold Circuit and Outlook.
This ship has never been about the ship. Right, it's been about being able to deploy a series of mines or sentries and then take the ship back to port, so you can have all these free defenses. But it allows you to prepare for combat and defend yourself. That's what its real advantage is.
Well, and again, circling back to the Tiburon with the Nautilus sort of next to it in the discussion, real quick. No, it's just a good conversation, because going back to that conversation, this is exactly what I'm referring to, where when you think about how CIG is thinking about this in terms of that gunship bundle pack, which I know you were talking a little bit about earlier, Gear, we got the Perseus, we got the Hammerhead, and we got the Tiburon. Well, you could easily put the Nautilus in there. It's not, I don't mean in terms of it being a gunship, but in terms of that like fleet combat equation, it's like one of the ones. It's one of the ones that is missing. I do think it's going to play a different type of role, but it's kind of part of that overall equation. And I do think about, like, okay, the Tiburon didn't get PDCs with the Nautilus, you know what I mean? Circling all the way back to that PDC conversation. And then what other stuff would it get?
It's not capital. That's why the Tiburon didn't get one. Only ships that were promised it and really directly need it. Like the Reclaimer was promised.
Well, the Perseus got it,
Phoenix
and it's not
promised.
capital, but yeah.
The Perseus got it because it desperately bloody needed it. It would have been even a worse state than the Tiburon is. Right?
Do you think the
Tiburon has turrets? That's why it didn't get PDCs.
And the Nautilus does too, so it very well could not. It's also got a big ass missile launcher on it. So
it's only got 2 massive turrets. It didn't have any small turrets for gunfire coverage, right? And it also think about it. It also didn't have the little small guns on the turrets either. They added those to give it even more defenses. Now, I just want to say something that I spotted really quickly that I've got to bring up before you guys go talking again. I also think another reason why this thing has got to be redone is very obvious that I only just spotted, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. What manufacturer now makes Dorito ships that looks like this?
Yeah. RSI.
It's a giant flying RSI triangle. You can't do that anymore for Aegis.
Yeah.
It's too
I do think the Nautilus is going to get I think they're going to add some elements to it to sort of, it's still going to look like the Nautilus, but I think they're going to add some things that sort of break the silhouette a little bit. You know what I mean? I think they'll do something.
Dorito it.
Yeah. Another thing, and I think someone said this in chat, but the other thing, can't forget about with the Nautilus is it can sort of deploy its own sentry mines. So it could technically have those PDCs in a way, but You know, it is interesting when you look at ships like the Tiburon, you look at ships like the Perseus, the Hammerhead, and again, you sort of project that out to ships we know we still need. Again, Nautilus, but also we're going to get a competitor Corvette, a competitor frigate. You know, those are going to come at some point. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think let me tell you all a little bit what I did to get to a Tiburon, okay? Because obviously no new money. And then you can tell me how crazy I am. I'm ready for the criticisms. Sometimes ships grab you though, right? There's a FOMO thing, let's be honest, with these ships. We got a big one we're going to talk about in a little bit.
Yeah. Show me on the doll where the bad ship touched you.
Well, here's the thing. Don't worry, we're going to get to the Odin in a little bit. But whoa. But with this ship, I was like, man, I really like it. I want to, again, it was all FOMO. I haven't tested this ship at all, but I want it. And I was kind of looking at like my stuff and like what could be melted, what could be liquidated. And I got to thinking about one ship in particular that could be liquidated. A $5 donation from Anonymous and $100 from Captain McLaren. Thank you very much. Very generous of you. And I saw this ship and I said, dang, it was the first big ship I bought. And I said, I'd never melt it. I said, should I melt it? And I can tell you what it was. It was the Carrack. And I can tell you where the thinking came in. First off, the Carrack needs a lot of work in my opinion. And I don't see CIG getting to it anytime soon. Put that aside though. They will get to it at some point, but not for a while, I don't think. The next thing, I got to thinking about exploration gameplay in Star Citizen, and I am sure CIG is going to put in exploration gameplay that is all about, that really ties into the Carrack in great ways through cartography and jump point, transient status, all that crap. But I got to thinking about just that raw exploration of going out, checking out planets, looking for places to build, stuff like that. And I got to thinking, and it was something you originally mentioned, Execute, that got me thinking this. I got to thinking about the Ironclad Assault. And I said, man, what if you just threw a Nursa in there, you parked a Nursa in there, and then you parked a Terrapin in there? You've instantly got kind of a flexible exploration ship that can also repair. You know what I mean? You've got your scanning ship in there to do some scanning. You've got your medical in there through the Nursa, all put in the Ironclad, and it's got a command module, so it's got a little snub attached to it. It quickly became, man, couldn't the Assault be my new ad hoc exploration ship? So I melted the Carrack, or I CCU'd the Carrack to the Tiburon.
It's not the only ship you can do that with. You do the same thing with the Polaris as an example.
Yeah. That's true. That's very true.
You and I, Grim, we're ogling over that idea. Turning the Assault into the exploration ship.
Me and you talked about that. Last night, Gary. And the more I sat with it, the more I was like, man, it makes a lot of sense. And here's the thing: it's not to discount the Carrack in any way. I've long said, and I still think this. I think one day the Carrack will be one of the best ships in this game. I just don't know when the hell that's going to be. It could be, it could be and 10 years from now.
We're even thinking, because of the functionality of the Assault, throw in the CSV build. So you could land and build a little base, build a little homestead.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Jen, I just brought up Execute's volume a little bit more. I mean, it's just one of those things. It's like, you start to factor in not only the role of the ship. Here's another thing you have to take into account. And this is a big reason why I ended up melting the Starlancer Max. It's not about the role. It's not just about the role that it plays. It's how you play that role, right? So for me, I hate to say it, I know this is bad, but I'm a cargo chucker. I open the back of a ship and I just chuck the cargo in. Some of it lands on the grid, some of it doesn't, and I take off and I fly. I won't say I'm going to do that for the, in the 1.0 version of the game, but right now that's how I'm playing cargo running. And the Starlancer Max is not a ship you can do that in. You need to lock things to the grid or it's a mess. So it didn't fit my style of cargo play right now. You know what I mean? I ended up getting an Asgard. It's got a big open container room that I can just chuck things in and it was good to go. So I do think that's the case with ships sometimes. It is their role, and I stand by that, buying a ship for the role, but also buy a ship because you play the game in that way, right? TJBR, real quick, you were seeing my Kraken Captain mug here. Yes, you can get those on the StarJump merch store, which is, I'll put that down in chat. Feel free to go there. Any proceed or any profits we make there go towards our eventual StarJump Bar Citizen event. So thank you very much for the support. But yeah, that's how I got to the Tiburon. Kind of a big thing for me because it was the Carrack was one of those ships I said I'd never melt. I don't know what you guys think about that, but that's what I did.
I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily in any way. And I think the other thing you got to look at too is they've literally stated there'll eventually be competitors, like direct competitors to everything. So what happens? I don't know. I'm going to say 5 years from now, right?
Yeah.
And it could be 10. I got no idea, right? And something comes along and they make a Crusader Explorer
Sure.
Moby Dick, right? And you fall in love with it, and it just fixes a lot of the problems that the Carrack had. And then instantly they also go back and they do a Carrack rework, and you can see where it happens, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like there is never going to be a ship that is stagnant, right? They have all, not only can you change the stats, but they go back and upgrade things. They learned how not to make all these ships, and only now it's taken them over a decade to literally get to the point where they're now hitting them almost verbatim, every single time.
Well, and again, it's and just so everyone in chat knows, again, thank you for all the follows, everyone. I do appreciate it. And the subscriptions. I'll do a bunch of name call outs here shortly. But
that's a good point.
The thing is like the Starlancer Max, for example, going back to that, for some people, there's people I talk to, friends of mine, who they say is literally their favorite ship in game. And I totally get why. There's nothing wrong with it.
I got yelled at, man.
Yeah. If you play it like that and that's how you play, great. There's some shit and you know, there's ships out there that are, again, it goes back to that thing where it's like a ship that someone loves is definitely a ship that another person hates, you know.
Taking yourself and your opinion out of doing ship reviews is the hardest thing to do.
It is, yeah.
And to look at things at black and white in a piece of paper. And I'll give you an example. And I can actually use you an example. And I think the other person I could use is Lemming, right? So Lemming's a massive Origin fanboy, and you're a massive Drake fanboy, right? So as soon as I insult a Drake ship, you're down my throat. If I insult an Origin ship, he's down my throat. But by the same margin, if I flip that, you'll easily drop down the other's throat, right? But you've got to be able to go, like, strip it back to the numbers, look at what it does, remove any looks and stuff like that, and then layer that back on and go, right, so it does this functionally, but I also happen to like the way it looks. That's another thing in the pro column. That's another thing in the con column, right? That's kind of how you're going to do it. But if this core part of the ship don't work, it don't fucking matter. I love the look of the Starlancer. I love it. But functionally, it's fucked.
Well, look. And Gear, you were asking me about this in regards to the Odin, or no, maybe it was someone else. I think it was Mal Member was asking me about this today. They asked me the golden question. Of course, I had to tell them I don't know. But they said, hey, do you see the buyback system going away? Unexpected. And them not telling us. And I was like, first off, I don't know.
Last night.
Oh, yeah. And I was like, I'm not going to give you an answer anyway, because I don't want to say that no, and then they do, you know what I mean? But it does make me think of a future where if that system ever does go away, and I have reason to believe it wouldn't, but let's say it does go away. Can you imagine how much more difficult making ship purchase decisions is going to be, especially these big ships? You know what I mean? Where it's based purely off FOMO and you can't get out of it after you've made that purchase. I don't know.
Yeah, I think eventually it's going to, I think things are going to change a little bit, but I'll be interested to see how it is. But buyback is very different to buying a ship.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or upgrading into a ship.
Yeah.
But I could technically see buybacks going away.
Yeah.
Just not
and you are right. There's a lot of
or upgrading.
Yeah, and like you said, there's a lot of ways they could do that. You could technically, maybe they change it to where you can melt the ship and use that credit for something else, but you can't get stuff out of buybacks. You know, they could do it 1,000 different ways. Who knows?
Yep.
But let me ask this. Obviously, I think the Tiburon's going to need to be out for a bit, before anyone can really make any hard and fast determinations of where it sits. Also, CIG could come in quickly with the Nerf axe and just absolutely decapitate this thing before it's out the gate. I know, I think Art is watching, but Art was just telling me, it was like a month ago, on how like the beam weapon on the Aegis was just not performing very well. So again, it's
there is a scale though there, right? Like once
Yeah.
you put size 7 hard points in a certain thing, it's not like all of a sudden they're going to be good at taking out fighters, right?
right.
So when it's like I said, when you look at the intent, it clearly is the complete opposite of the hammerhead,
Mhm.
right? So yeah, they can change some weapons and they can increase the speed or decrease the speed of the way the railgun charges up and stuff. But fundamentally, they can't make these massive broad strokes anymore.
Right.
Right. And I think that's what you need to look at. It's one of the reasons why we never talk about stats in our reviews, right?
Mm-hmm.
I saw all these awesome reviews, buyer's guides essentially, or reviews of ships. And I don't want to call anyone out specifically, but they went to the massive effort of doing all these custom animated stat things on the screen and all that. And I'm like, I feel so sorry for you, man, because in a week's time or the next patch, and they change at least one of those.
Now you see why I only do that for concept ships. I don't do it for flight ready ships because I know it's going to change.
That's why the whole video is dead.
At least on concept ships, I know what I'm getting into, and everyone expects them to change. And my video's just a concept video.
And if we make it more about how the guns feel and the general overview, well, that video lasts for a year or so, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rather than just a month, right? And that's why I don't do stats. They always get changed. And you can, man, I don't know. I need to, man, if Bops was here, I'd ask him. But, you look at something like the Ares, like how many times have those weapons changed on the Ares over the years? 6, 7, 8 times at this point, so there's just no point. You've got to generalize because they're always going to be generally what they are.
Yeah. I'm not going to throw the Idris in here and the Javelin and stuff, but what are we missing from this picture? What do you see that we're missing that we do not have concepted yet from this sort of, and again, I'm just squeezing the Polaris in there, but let's call it that.
What are you going for? Because you've got 4 size 4 ships and a size 5.
Yeah, and we can remove the size.
Combat.
Yeah, and we can remove the size 5. Actually, let's remove that for a minute. Just these. Let's look at the size 4 ships. So ships in this class that are combat focused, specifically like UEE military focused combat ships. Okay, but what are we missing from this equation?
Right?
There is nothing that directly goes at well, I guess there's a bit of crossweave, right? So the hammerhead is fighters.
Yep.
So that's the smallest size.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got medium ships. There's nothing directly that really goes at mediums because the Perseus is large and the Tiburon is capital.
Yeah.
So there is a need there for something that directly goes at medium.
And you know, any argument about maybe that's what size 5, I would still put the Nautilus off to a side a little bit because I've talked a little bit about this before. These ships are offensive in nature, and the Nautilus is defensive in nature in its combat. And this is something John Crew even said back in the concept reveal video for the Nautilus, that it's defensive in nature. So,
and the things it deploys are also tailored at fighters.
Yeah, also exactly right.
So,
Yeah.
Would you add redeemers?
No, it's not talking about. We're not building a fleet here, bro. We are trying to find the ship that is missing link.
Actually, what I didn't tell you, Execute, is this is Fix My Fleet.
Yeah, medium, but that's just it. Against medium ships, I'm trying to think of what is a, kind of all-arounder, very effective against that class.
Everyone's saying E-War, ECM. Garflock, thank you very much.
Yeah, so you need a ship that's like so you've got a couple of size 7s on the Tiburon, you've got a couple of size 7 on the Nautilus. Like, what is the size of gun that you want to go at mediums? And I have to assume it's size 5s, maybe size 6s in that vein. But something
the hammerhead's not out of question against them.
Well, essentially, you're looking at something like a Paladin or a Redeemer, but just sized up to this size.
Yeah.
Imagine you had like a Paladin that had like 3 turrets on it instead of just the one. Like that's what I'm kind of ball marking.
Or a hammerhead, but you could change the quad mount.
Well,
but
Yeah, potentially, but it's
Yeah.
the same thing, right? Like I'm talking about if you built something all new, right? But whatever, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Don't give
But
CIG
anti-war
ideas.
ECM is a good idea.
Yeah. I know some people saying Liberator. I look at Liberator as a different type of ship. It's really about carrying things. Its focus is not combat. I don't think.
If we're going to start that, we're going to have a whole bunch of ships in there. There's the Ironclad Assault.
Yeah,
but it is a site.
Then
You're going to look at two
building a
things.
fleet.
You've got to look at size. Like essentially, what we're talking about is the grid, right? You've got size, and then you've got function. These are just the combat ones that fall under S4.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's kind of what we're going for.
Do we need a Tiburon? Obviously, beam weapon and some big turrets. Perseus really focused around its dual size 8 Medusa cannons. Yes, it does have torpedoes, size 5 torps on board, but it's really focused around those cannons. Hammerhead focused around those quad size 4 turrets. Are we missing a ship in this size regime that is a missile torpedo boat, meaning it carries a lot and it can carry up to size 10 torps? But in this size regime, not the Polaris size regime.
No, we got one above and we got one below. The other thing I just realized is the Perseus is going to be really good at taking out the Tiburon. I've just realized.
Oh yeah.
Really, really good at taking out the Tiburon. Anyway, yeah, as I said, one for medium because that's kind of what they wanted to build there. But again, you can change the style too.
Yeah,
you know, like do they have to directly punch up? Do you had a ship that has drones on it and it swarm attacks the other craft? You know, do you have EMP warfare? Like there are other things already in this game. But they just haven't, like one of the, we talked years ago about a missing Corvette, right?
Yeah,
and this
I remember that episode.
Before the Perseus came along, before the Tiburon came along, and back then it was just the Nautilus, the Hammer, and the Polaris.
Yeah, and that was before even like that's an old episode of y'all's. That's even before like Ironclad and all that stuff.
But do you remember what it roughly was? It was an E-warfare. We call it the Manta Ray, and it was a giant E-warfare ship. And I still think that's very valid. That would be great to kind of stealth in. And
yeah, I would personally say that I could see a Nautilus variant or a Nautilus mine deployable that can perform that role really well. And you know, again, part of the reason I bring these ships up, and I'll circle back around to it, was, okay, we have the Hammerhead and we have its variant sister ship now. I do wonder if we're going to see something like that with the Perseus or maybe even the Nautilus in the future. Again, you get to these big ships, and it kind of goes into this broader discussion about these no more concept ships. Everything's going flight ready. I am very interested to see the first straight to flight ready size 4 ship, because we don't get those very often because it's hard for CIG to sort of keep them secret and all that. So we don't really get those very often. The last sort of ones we've got were concept ships, and when like in the Perseus and Ironclad, those were originally concepts. But even with like the newest one, the Tiburon, in this size 4 category, again, it's technically a variant, and they were able to get it onboarded quickly. I'm talking about how often are we going to see brand new non-variant size 4 ships? You know what I mean? I'm really curious. Or if I wonder if we're just going to see more variants of existing size 4 ships. Thank you for those donations, guys.
I've heard it from multiple people at CIG. We should be expecting a lot more variants. And if you look at what's happened in the last 2 years, we've got a lot of variants. I'm just going to put this out there right now, and I'm only looking at it because it's right on the screen. Based on the number of variants that we've got, and think about the Saber expansion, the Tiburon's another kind of variant. Do you really think they're going to leave the Perseus on the table alone?
No, I don't. No. Yeah,
it was a very, very popular ship based on its look. And look at the first ships they varianted: the Mantis and the Saber Raven, 2 very popular ships that people wanted. They either wanted or they liked the look of.
Yeah.
There's another one right there.
Yeah, the Geeko 7. You can check it out yourself if you want by going to StarJumpFleetViewer.com. Make sure you go check it out. But these are 100 to 120 meter long ships. The Crucible's a 90 meter long ship, but expect the Crucible to grow pretty substantially when it goes through reconcepting. Here's another thing that came to mind with the Tiburon, and then we're going to sort of start segueing into Defense Con proper with Aegis Day. But And it sort of makes me wonder if this is going to be the intent behind this. I'm really curious about your guys' opinion. In chat, feel free to chime in. So far, the only 2 beam weapons we have in the game are pilot controlled. Do you think the intent is for CIG not to put beam weight weapons on turrets that can be actuated and rotated? Do you think beam weapons are always going to be straightforward pilot-driven weapons?
No, because we can't have similar things on the Bengal and now the Odin. The Bengal has, I don't quote me on this, but I think it's got 5 that are on a turret that all shoot in the same direction.
Does it? Beam weapons? Okay. I don't know. I have no clue.
Unless they're ballistic or whatever.
I believe you.
From what I remember, there were 5 railguns on one turret. Now I could be wrong. It's been a long time, so do not quote me.
Yeah.
But again, the Anvil Odin's got a similar thing where it looks like it's 3. Now they could be ballistic, railgun, whatever. Yeah. But just say they were railgun for the. Does it hurt it? No.
Right. Yeah.
You've got to turn and shoot. And you got to remember, these ships are a lot slower and a lot bigger, right? So they need that. And even the turret itself is going to be big. It's going to, some of these turrets are so big, they probably are the size of an Idris. So you're actually essentially rotating an Idris anyway to get it on target to shoot something.
Yeah. And by the way, everyone, the bot is running. If you have a question, just type question. It'll pick it up. We're going to get to Q&A here in just a little bit. It was just something I was thinking about, maybe the design intent is for them always to sort of be these bespoke, inbuilt, pilot-controlled things. It'd be interesting to see. And the reason I sort of bring this up, and we're about to jump into defense cons. We've spent a long time on the TIBURON here, but, I think not tomorrow, but the next day is Crusader and another manufacturer. And I still think it's awfully strange that the Ares Starfighter sitting in the new standards building of Hull, and the other ships in there are all either new or got a weapon kit. I'm really wondering if we could maybe see that size 7 beam bespoke weapon kit for the Ares Starfighter. I'm just saying.
I was told by someone that there was a ship they were expecting to see at Fleet Week that didn't turn up. Maybe it's been kicked down the road. Maybe it's a surprise. Maybe whatever. But,
because if it was like an Ares Starfighter weapon kit, it would be interesting because, one, it would be a smaller beam weapon. It would be on a single person ship, a thing. I think it would be at an interesting bit of gameplay because we don't have a beam weapon in that size category at that size ship. So again, it'd be something kind of new and interesting. That would be an instant buy for me probably. But there's been no word of it.
Can you imagine the Pitbull, but it was just like 2 single firing lasers that you cut people with. So you're flying around a massive ship in a snub.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, it'd be cool. I mean, I could, Parker in chat says this Kruger Stingray is soon, maybe because we know Kruger builds things around sort of unique weaponry. It could be something like that. But I guess there's just this part of me where I'm like, man, I'm waiting for that beam weapon that's on a single person ship, a small ship. Like, is that a plan? It really shocked me that the beam weapon on the TIBURON was size 10. I was swearing up and down, size 8, even some people were saying, oh, it's going to be size 9. I'm like, no way, it's going to be size 8. But, again, I'm wrong a lot too, and it shocked me. I'm still a little surprised it's a size 10 weapon, to be totally honest with you.
I'm still shocked that the Starlight was only $60.
I'm shocked at that too. We're going to talk a little bit about that. All right, everyone, we talked a lot about the TIBURON. I do think it's a really interesting ship that they've added. I'm just excited to see how it plays out over the next couple months, but I know it's going to make a lot of people happy. It's got all the sex appeal that people look for with those FOMO ships. It's got the laser beam. It looks like a shark. I mean, what more is there to ask for? The question is, and then we'll move off of this. The big question is with this, how's this ship going to perform when it brings over all the same concerns that were packaged with the Hammerhead, as XQ said earlier? It's bringing on that baggage with it. So how does it navigate the water? So we'll see. It's DefenseCon day, and it's Aegis Day at DefenseCon. Obviously, there was a lot of hull limited sales there with the Idris and Javelin. I'm not sure if you two partook in any of that. I did see someone tried to get in on a Javelin. I think they were able to score one on a wave 1 or wave 2, but it did sell out in seconds, both Idris and Javelin. Gear, I know you had a little bit of experience with an Idris, though, right?
Yeah,
How
I
did that
was
go?
very surprised. Well, I was just persistent.
Yeah.
I know so when you put something in the in a cart, there's usually a cookie set that says, okay, this is good for X amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and that's just configurable by whoever created the web page. And on these web pages, it's an hour that that cookie expires and your cart just is gone unless you refresh it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something I've known and I watch for, but I was just lazily kind of continuing to watch, watching to see if it went from out of stock, even not on a wave time like at 3 o'clock my time, which was an hour after, and then 2 hours after. And I was lucky. I never saw it go in stock, but I was able to grab one just by hitting the button.
Yeah.
And it never looked like I was going to get one, but I snagged one.
Nice.
And so it is, and I've gotten many ships that way, of these limited stock ones. I've been able to get quite a few that way when it doesn't look like they're in stock, but they go from the returning to stock to gone again so quick. I think the people who are reselling them through creative ways, they're resourceful enough where they have got scripts that are running these pages just in microseconds, and they are just hitting it, going after that, and then they've got probably 30 machines running the same thing, hitting these pages at different intervals, trying to hit these. Now they can't hit them every 2 seconds, so you do have a chance, but they have to hit them at intervals, and they just scale it up to a bunch of different ships, all timed differently.
They really do need to start implementing some bioprotections, so limiting the number of capital ships you can buy to 1. Like, and I know it sounds crazy, but do you realistically need 5 Krakens? No.
Well,
do you realistically need 5 Javelins? No.
But I don't think that'll limit.
Yes, it will. It will, because they've done it in other places for other services. That's why I'm bringing it up, right?
Yeah, no, but I don't think it'll help against these people, because what they're doing is they're making a new account, buying a single ship, and then violating all of the rules and selling the account.
You cannot buy a capital ship that's not on concierge.
They're selling the account. Oh well, yeah, but
you've got to put $1,000 worth of stuff on it.
Yeah,
right. And you make it so you can't send that off the account.
Well, but they can. They can move it, right?
No. You're not listening to me. You cannot keep a capital ship if you don't have at least $1,000 worth of ships underneath it. And if you did that,
oh, okay, I see what you mean. Make the rule. So you have to have 1,000. You have to maintain concierge. Make a change in the account. Yes. I get it.
Yes. And if you did that, it would really start to hamper black market detailers and how they move things around.
That single change would actually do it, because they break ships down, and then they move all of the things off the accounts right now via CCUs, and they sell an account just with an Idris on it, because they can get creative and move the money. But that change just making it you unable to shed the money, that would break their system.
And we're going to get kind of deep on F5 stuff here when we get to the Odin, but I did hear from a lot of people on Drake Day trying to snag a Kraken, and apparently it was exceedingly difficult. It just went so fast. Again, that's to be expected. It's a massive capital hull limited that's in production with a release date.
They probably also need to start building a system now for expressions of interest. And they've done it manually with 2 ships now, but I actually think that there needs to be a system. So if you want a Kraken, you can put in for a Kraken, and then basically even if it's after it's out or whatever. But the point is, you can go, I really want to buy a Kraken, and you don't get it. That okay? It's been 12 months. It's now your turn. Would you like to try and buy one? You know, and there's give people a chance.
There is an issue with that, and I'm gonna bring that up during the Odin because we're gonna get in a good conversation about that. But real quick, we'll just talk Aegis for a second. Where'd my mouse go? There we go. So obviously Idris Javelin limited sales were today. Hopefully if you were targeting one of those, you were able to get one. Good luck. By the way, if you are a first time Idris purchaser and you were looking for things like the K and T kit, I believe those become visible once you get your Idris. I think that's how it still works. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And then they're available all year round.
Right. Same thing with the Kraken conversion kit, the Kraken privateer conversion kit.
Grim, something you just said that the waves were today. Don't they go into tomorrow? Or they're still running for some people?
They do, and I didn't get the wave information up. Sorry, but yes, they do. I'll
put a link in chat.
Shoot me a link or Warbond Daily Deals Redeemer with 10 years insurance. If you are interested in that, obviously the Aegis Tibberon coming out. Special offers. We went over the weapon kits earlier. Earlier in DefenseCon, maybe on day one. This is again why I'm a little doubtful we're going to see that Ares thing, simply because they released the Aegis weapon kits before Aegis Day. I feel like we would have gotten the Ares weapon kit before Crusader Day.
Not if you're looking for a weapon kit. What if it's not a weapon kit? What if it's just a ship variant?
That's true. Could be a surprise. I doubt it, but could be.
Reaper.
There you go.
Whatever. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that is the most likely version.
Yeah, I do too.
Because they were always designed to be bespoke guns. Why would they all of it? Because as soon as they go, right, now you can have the ion or you can have a laser, that people are going to go, but why can't I have the chain gun off the...
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're saying an Ares kit?
Yeah.
Just that X? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Obviously, lots of ships on offer on Aegis Day. They have a deep lineup, especially in the combat regime. So a lot of stuff on offer. A lot of the favorites. The one surprising one for me though was some of the industrial ships, the Reclaimer being on offer. So it kind of surprised me. And
haven't you ever used that?
And
thing?
The Vulcan.
It's one of the best battle.
Is it?
Until more. So I went on a stream with Space Tomato Morph years ago. And I said, you have to take, he thought I was being crazy. I said, you have to take out the Reclaimer and use it as a combat ship. He thought I was crazy. It took him 2.5 years of me saying, you need to try it. And eventually took it out. It was so strong. The next patch, they nerfed it. They split it, because I don't even remember, because you could literally have 2 people on the turrets. So you could have 3 people on and basically man every single turret on the ship, plus the pilot. And this thing was just godlike. Because each of the big turret on top, and then you had the pilot, but then each other gunner had 6 size 3s. And it was just like pew, 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 and they just destroyed everything. And what they did was they made it so you could only control 2 size 3s at a time, and you had to rotate between stations, and that nerfed the shit out of it. And it's not as good anymore. But
so yeah, and the Vulcan on offer again, kind of interesting. Industrial ships being on offer. It's just I don't know if there's much reasoning behind it other than they were just activated. So Aegis has obviously got a deep lineup of combat ships. So if you were looking to snag an Aegis ship, today's the day. Idris P and Javelin.
They're definitely an older manufacturer, and they have a lot of ships that have been around for a really, really, really long time.
Yeah.
They're a staple of the game. Is how I put them.
I didn't notice it, but was the Aegis complete pack offered today?
Yep, it's up to $9,200 Warbond or $10,200 credit. So if you want to buy a car, too fucking bad.
Real quick, $5 from North. Okay, cool. I'll grab one sec. $5 from Northern Surge, $40 from Emilitzi. Hopefully I got that right. $40 from Offset, $45 from Iron Thatcher, and $140 from Rapid 76. Thank you very much, Rapid. the very generous donations, everyone. We do appreciate it. We are now up to $53,644. Y'all are crazy. Yeah, let me grab the wave here. I think someone did post
in
it.
Discord. They got the times. I posted the times again from Spectrum. I just wanted to give people the actual Spectrum post.
Gotcha. Yeah, there we go. I'll post that link. But yeah, so good day to hopefully those of you targeting the Idris and Javelin were lucky. Hopefully they really need to update this Javelin image. This is the old
That's the concept
image. It is no longer looking like that.
Just so you know, it was no different with the Idris until it released, by the way. They had, and if you remember, it was like underneath, and it was like that hand-drawn one that was like from like back at the Kickstarter. It was like, so it was bad for a really long time.
But yeah, it's a good day. You can there's a chance you can. It's not hull limited. You can get the Nautilus, one of my favorite ships. I hope that ship turns out good, and all the usual Aegis fare. So yeah, that is Aegis Day. That'll run to obviously ran today. It'll run tomorrow as well, and then after that, we're gonna get I think it's Crusader and some other manufacturer, Grey Cat or whatever. So not expecting anything new on that day.
Those weapon kits for the Retaliator and the Eclipse, by the way, they were promised ages ago, by the way. So we're talking about promises from over a decade ago that were actually fulfilled. So it is really important to acknowledge.
Yeah, call out the wins.
A completion. Yeah, that is a win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some of these weapon packs execute. You're the at least looking out the all the streamers and the people who've been with Star Citizen for so long. You're I think one of the best experts on this. The bombs and the things that are the gun I can see a little bit, right? Okay, it's a gun. It's you're gonna mount it on the ship and unmount it. So if you want to buy it with cash, real money, I can kind of see some sense in doing that, but I think they're all overpriced. But the bombs, in addition to being, I think, a lot cheaper than guns are, do those make any sense to you? I mean, as like a recommendation to the audience or new people who might be on here, they don't to me. But
if you look at the ones that were there last year, they came in about 2 months later, but people are just not prepared for them. Like I remember when they first came into the game, watching a guy in a what ship was he? It was in some ridiculous ship, like a Gladius or something like that, right? And this is back when they had the missions at what was with the laser, and you had to go those 3 locations where the radars were. Raffle, right? And people would just land their ship and go and bomb. Just drop a bomb out of a Gladius. They were not prepared, and he just go 5 people killed. And he's just like, I'm like, I can see why you'd do that because no one would see it coming. So again, the ability just to change your loadout, and again, we are not in the era of ground combat yet, right? We know it's a thing because of the way base building works. We know it's a thing because they've talked about the turrets, the defense towers, shields that were predicted that then they later confirmed. Look at all the attack combat vehicles. Now, if you're going up against a Spartan or Centurion or whatever, well, are they going to be looking for A1s? And are they going to be looking for A2s, or are they unexpectedly you fly past in a terrapin and drop a bomb?
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah. With these packs, I haven't looked at them at all. Like the bomb packs, size 5 bombs, and it has X number. Are they? They seem like a consumable.
If you just no, they're not consumable. They're racks. You don't even get bombs with them.
You just get the racks.
But you get the racks that allows you. So think of it like this, almost like a combat module, right? So the Retaliator has rooms. It has you can put troops in it. You can put cargo rooms in it. You can put the torpedo rooms in it. This essentially is the torpedo rooms, but they essentially swap out for, instead of torpedo racks, they are bomb racks of different sizes. I believe they're size 10, 5, and 3, and on the Eclipse it's 5 and 3s because they've already got 10.
But on the Retaliator, you still have to have you have to have the torpedo module in, and then you're switching out the kit.
Then you swap in a bomb. And so then basically you get the equipment with which to stuff in some bombs and then release them, drop them on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so instead of
Okay.
having torpedoes, you're swapping them for bombs. That's exactly
Got
what it is.
it.
And
Okay.
there's one for the Gladiator as well. They were all promised ages ago. Algrid's like super happy because last thing they told us, like 2 years ago, was what was going to have to be a variant. And they've obviously moved away from that because Algrid did say to them, "Oh, that's weird. You kind of promised it as a blah, blah, blah." You know." So again, it's always made me and Algrid wonder how much they got out of the discussion with me and him, because we said a lot of stuff. We slapped them across the face with, "You never said that. Poof, you said this."
So with those, I mean, are they, like with just the equipment, I see them, they're selling for like 55, some of them down at 45. The in-game price, doesn't
just get them in game, bro. They're too expensive for what they are.
I mean, aren't they just a few $100,000?
But it's exactly, and probably even less than that. And it's the same thing. Like, treat them like a vehicle. Treat them like a snub. They are just not worth the asking price. Get them in game. It is, in my opinion, it's the closest thing we've got to monetize gameplay so far, because you're essentially you're taking what was promised for a Retaliator as a gameplay function. You've got your torpedoes, but you want your bombs? Well, you need to pay us money. No, piss off. Just give me that for free. I've already paid $175 for the ship, and now you want to lock a section of its gameplay? Piss off.
And I thought they were really inexpensive, and so it sounds like they are. So, okay, thanks.
So, yeah, everyone. Obviously, I think you saw the times there. You can look up that link I posted to get the additional wave time. So, again, good luck. They did confirm, I think I'm correct on this, they did confirm that the Javelin is not coming this year. So, it is still on track to be a post-squadron release ship.
They said not in 2026.
Yeah, not in 2026.
I believe that was one of the ISCs or something like that.
Yeah. And they still said, that the Kraken, and this could have been, I don't read too much into these things, but they did say the Kraken's going to be the largest player flyable ship when it launches. So it could mean that the Javelin does come next year, but it's post Defense Con Invictus time period. It could come next year, end of year, something like that. Especially if they don't have like a big monster ship releasing next year other than the Kraken. So
when it releases, it's really tiny.
Yeah, could be just a model.
It only you can get the Javelin in game today. It's only $100 and it sits in a jug.
I would say this though, and this is something that I don't think CIG always does particularly well, and I know a lot of people think that I white knight a lot of times, but I definitely criticize the things I think that they don't do right, and this is one of them. A lot of times they treat ship updates as if we told you this 2 years ago, so nothing's changed. And we get that, but there's two things going on there. One, new people are constantly coming into the game, so it's good to continuously remind people of the same information you have said before. The other thing is not everyone consumes every bit of content, especially the average Star Citizen player. They're not watching every single ISC that's put out. And where I'm going with this...
Isn't that our job? Our job?
Yeah. But where I'm going with this is I was kind of hoping for an update on the status of the Javelin. Not in that it's coming, but like we still don't really have any information on the modular rooms. We still don't know, how far along the ship is to completion. All we've heard is that we'll launch sometime after Squadron. It's a very expensive ship. I only say this because of our next topic that we're going to talk about, which is the Odin, the controversy surrounding it. I do think with these big ships that cost a lot of money, I do think the people that paid that money deserve to get kind of regular updates on them. Even if the update is, yep, it's still top of mind, not a lot of progress since last year, we are still thinking about it, just whatever that reassuring language is, I think
they
has
do
value.
say that when someone asks the questions, though. They will say that. But like for years, it'd always be the same 5 ships that the questions are asked about. And well, it's access to how the questions are answered, I think, is the problem.
Well, for a long time, when the progress
doesn't work,
when the roadmap was constantly updated, the progress tracker, the answer was always, if it's not on the progress tracker, then it's not in development, and that we're not, and that's sort of the end of it. They didn't really go into anything more with that. But again, these concept ships, and there's not a lot of them left anymore. It's not like CIG has to give us an update every year on every ship in the game. There's a small subset of concept ships left, and I do think a yearly update on not only just, we know some of them aren't in development, but just an update every now and then on, like, for example, with the Crucible. Let's take that for a minute. It'd be interesting to hear if CIG said something even just subtle about it, like, hey, the Crucible, when that does go in development sometime in the future, you can look towards ships like the Liberator and Ironclad. Maybe we'll learn lessons from those that transfer over into those ships. They're just gone from the conversation, you know?
Look, I know you're talking about white knighting, but we now have enough information that we can actually kind of predict it a little bit, right?
Yeah,
you need drones. True. Right.
Yeah,
well, that puts it instantly behind 5 other things. Right. You, what is the benefit of that ship? Well, there is some massive benefits to it, obviously. So that puts it in forward in front of other things. So we're now at the point. What I'm trying to say is where you can start to work an order out on how these things have got to come out.
Yeah.
And I think that you go back 5 years ago, we didn't have that.
Yeah. Yeah,
we didn't have that type of ability to, you know, like if we go back 2 years ago, they were working on bounty hunting ships. We still don't have the Marquee Mark, but that's because that's priorities changed and base building had to slip right in there.
If you remember
everything out,
if you remember, they showed us a animated update on the Hawk. The Hawk was getting completely changed in its rear section and gone.
They had They had the ability on the IC to push the pods around at the capital ship docking areas, right? And that's exactly the episode I always think of, by the way.
And it's not a criticism of CIG in terms of why isn't my ship in development? I totally understand that. Not every ship can be in development. The more the question is on concept ships, especially, and it's even more detrimental when it comes to the expensive ones. An update, I think, is in order.
So I'm glad you're following along because I have a multi-part process that I want to go through. That was the first step. The next step is why doesn't the generate CIG make the game? Right? And then I'm going to go to the next step after that because you know the answer to that one. So what's the answer to that one?
Because
he doesn't have the skill set.
He doesn't have the skills. Yep.
Right? And now we get to the final problem. How many Jareds are there at CIG?
Right.
There's only enough people that can talk about it, and the man can only retain as much information in his head as possible, right? Now think about all the content creators there are and all the different shit we talk about. There is no possible way Jared can do all of that on his own. It is not possible.
Absolutely, yeah.
I've said for years he needs co-hosts, and he really does.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
He really, really does.
But that even goes into something else. I think there's other avenues for those updates. Again, I go back to that thing, and not everyone watches YouTube ISCs and stuff. They just don't. What I think could be applicable is just, again, it could be just a yearly Spectrum post from a CIG dev with some of those answers. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Would you believe all the way back in 2014, I had a call with Sandy and we talked for about an hour or so.
Yeah.
And I said, one of the things I would suggest, if you want to save yourself a lot of headache for where this game is going, is you start building an archive of every question that is ever asked. And she looked at me and goes, why? And I said, because how many times do you think it's going to be re-asked again?
Yeah. Well, you know.
And you imagine if they'd done that now?
Here's where I'm going with this. And by the way, everyone, thank you, Mike, for that $40 donation. Sappy Dream with a $10 donation, and Byron Hall with a $40. Do appreciate that. Here's why I say these things. Again, it's not for us, actually. Believe it or not, it's not really for us. I asked that question. I love the voice.
Didn't you know that?
Yeah, I asked that question because I am sincerely thinking about the post-Squadron release and the people that will 4 weeks after Squadron releases and they beat that game will poke their heads into Star Citizen. They might check out the Star Citizen ships page with all the offers and stuff, and they're going to look at ships like the Crucible, like the Genesis Starliner, like the Endeavor, and they're going to not have this backlog of 12 years, 14 years of information. Yep. And I just hope CIG is ready to communicate that properly, right? Because we're going to be entering a different era, is all I'm saying.
I don't think they are, and even if they went out tomorrow, and let's just say, like I talk about Jared, and I'm not picking. I just pick Jared because he's public facing, but there are other community managers there, right? But the same thing is, they do multiple tasks. They just don't have the staff to pull this off yet.
Oh yeah,
They
it's a
just
monumental task for sure.
they're gonna have to roll up to it. Can you imagine going to like you and I might be different, right? Because we have a knowledge base, right? But can you imagine rocking up, right? And it's some. I'm gonna deliberately pick a lady, right? Because ladies are just not into games as well, right? This lady has never followed the product development of Star Citizen, but she's done community management on another game. So maybe she did it on World of Warcraft, right? I'm just random, right? And she comes along, she's got this great, amazing resume, and then she's got to sit down. She's got that. All right, you start work in 2 weeks. How the hell would you bring yourself up to speed in 2 weeks on Star Citizen?
Yeah, and this is my thing. It is actually no slight on CIG. I think Jared putting out the content he does, I think it's great how regular it is and all this stuff. It's no knock on that. It's just a real problem they are going to have to deal with when the mass market gamer comes over. And I should say the mass market gamers that we need for Star Citizen to be successful, because we are going to need more players. This
game is now so complicated. I think you almost need to hit at different levels.
Oh, Dad Bob Bard just rated everyone. Thank you very much, Dad Bard. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hope you're doing well.
They always talk about, oh, it's someone's first ISC or it's someone's first Star Citizen show, blah, blah, blah. And it annoys the shit out of me that we waste the first 15 minutes of almost every show introducing the people, where why can't you have a website that just tells you or who their names are as they come up or whatever like that? Like, trim all the fat off and get to the information, right? So what I'm trying to say is you almost need shows that intro show, but then you also need like a more advanced show, right? Or just make the shows go longer. If you're going to waste 15 minutes with an introduction every single time, and let's be honest, do the new people really watch ISC? I think you've got to discover ISC. You got to even know that this thing fucking exists.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So you've got to go out and done your research. And I would say before you even see an episode, you're maybe a medium level person. So you probably know who some of these people are already. And I think that's where the disconnect is. They're just assuming someone's walked into the Star Citizen YouTube channel and plopped their ass down. No, they did research to find that thing.
Yeah. $40 from Keep It Secret. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm just going to flip over really quick. I'm actually going to blast this out to the community hub tomorrow, everyone, and at 8K resolution. So you will be able to get this tomorrow for download, but I'm just going to flip over. This is the most updated all ships poster. Includes the Odin, includes all the ships for Defense Con and a few going back this year that I hadn't updated. And again, it's looking at the expansiveness of the amount of ships that have been created. I was actually going through this, and I was just kind of going through
from my door.
Yeah, I mean, I was just...
I still have the poster you sent me on my door just there.
Yeah.
So I need a new one.
Yeah, I can definitely get you a new one. But like, you just go through and it's like, you start looking at everything that's done, everything that's a concept, everything that's new. And you just start, it is amazing how much is flight ready and in the game versus how much is concept. There's not a lot of concept stuff left. It is really not a lot. I mean, you talk about, I know people constantly go, oh, they need to get the backlog done. I still hear that a lot. They are churning through it, believe it or not. There's some old concepts that really need a full redo. And again, we know what those are, the Crucible, the Starliner, stuff like that. But they've really got a lot. And here's the other thing. All these ships, but then as John Cruz said, and as we saw in the vertical slice, they're ships we've never seen before because they're only in squadron and they've got to manage those. Yep. They got to manage all the Vandal ships. We've talked about that consolidated Outland cargo ship we've seen. There's a lot of ships we don't know about. So it kind of gives you an understanding. Again, that's why I'm not hitting CIG and criticizing with this. There's a lot of ships they have to track. You know what I mean? And all of these are in varying states, but it's kind of crazy when you look at it.
There was I don't have to remember, but I remember we did an episode on the ship backlog. It must have been a year or two ago now, and I think it was about 22, but it's definitely dropped since then. It'll be under 20 by now. yeah, like again, and you got to, and when we looked at it, I know you did one. Actually, didn't I do one with you as well?
Maybe.
When we
Maybe.
looked at the backlog, but
Yes,
most of
yeah,
them
we
were
did.
all in 2014. There was
Yeah.
like 5 or 6 of them that were all done there,
Yeah.
and I think it was things like the Javelin and the Reclaimer and the Idris that were done.
Yeah.
But there was things like the Orion, the Crucible, the Endeavor. They all came out in that same year, and it was just that they'd been sitting there for over a decade because
and even
they just didn't have their gameplay.
And even in the last, for this year, next year, and last year, you can point out plenty of ships that came off the backlog. Okay, the Apollo series, the Idrises came out, the Galaxy's coming this year, the Ironclads came. There's the Kraken next year. They're churning on the backlog. They released the whole B again. If you do look, and again, I think that is a big reason why we're still getting so many variants too, because they've got to get to all those backlog ships. There are still some we're missing. Some of them don't really have a purpose right now. The Orion, the Hull E, there's still ships we know that don't truly, the Genesis Starliner. They will eventually,
there's just no need for the D and the E when you've only got 3 systems. That like those systems, their ships are massive.
Raylin is coming. That's another backlog ship. We've heard rumors that the Banu Merchantman could go into pre-production later this year. We know the Liberator is in pre-production again. So I just heard this from the other day, and I can't remember where I was at, but someone was saying, I really wish CIG would, because it's the default argument. And they were like, I just wish CIG would stop doing this and get to the backlog. And it's like, well, if you really look at it, they are tackling the backlog. They are churning through it. And the fact that they're tackling big ships like the Pioneer and Kraken, I mean, they are serious about it,
It's like I said before, like they're not going to go ahead and make a Crucible when drones aren't in.
Yeah.
It's a cart before all horse problem. Like putting all that stuff in and you're not sure drones work properly. Come on, like
yes, it does.
You don't want to go make it twice.
Yeah, and not only that, but with the Crucible, and I think you would probably agree with this, XQ. I doubt the Crucible will be the first flight-ready repair ship. I think they're going to go smaller. For whatever.
We even talked today about the Volcon on our show, and I broke it down and I said, like, look at it how it is. Like, as soon as you add drones to anything, what fundamentally drives a drone? Well, it's AI, right? Because it has to, like, you start the process. The way they explain it is you start the process, like, say it's almost like using a hand tool, right? If I start repairing with a hand tool, and then the AI keeps going, right? That's how they've described it in the past, right? Or even if I just click, say, hey, AI, repair this.
Yeah.
And AI has to know how to do that. So that means that whole thing has to be finished to teach the AI to do it. Because if you move it at all, then the AI doesn't know how to do it, right? And so therefore it's all going to be finished and polished. So anything, like, it's like the drones on the Apollo. You're not going to get the drones on the Apollo till the rest of medical gameplay is in. It's just that simple, right? And so you got to understand the order. And once you understand the order, you can understand why certain things are not coming. It's really simple.
Real quick, just to answer someone's question in chat. I'll skip. I know we're going to get to Q&A, but I'll just grab this one. Citizen Ninja says, is that all ships Fleet Viewer poster posted on our site Community Hub? No, it'll be posted tomorrow, and I'll probably be posting it in 8K. So it's print quality. You could print it out as a physical poster if you want. I don't sell them. They're free. I'm not allowed to sell them, obviously. So I just post it on the Community Hub. I'll probably post it tomorrow. And I usually do other fun stuff, like I send it to Ben Curtis and stuff like that. So.
He actually pinches them out as pajamas and
just wears them
and goes, ooh, look at my Odin. Ooh.
And I will say, for those that don't know, all the ships on here are to scale. So the Odin is that big in relation to the others. So.
My Odin's bigger than your Odin.
Everything else in Anvil.
Which is a perfect segue to our next topic, which is this thing. We're going to talk about the Anvil Odin for a minute because we've got some. There's controversy a brewing in Star Citizen right now. Shocker, everyone. Hey, Ryan, Matt Gamer. Hope you're well, buddy. I didn't see you in chat.
Why does this feel like it's manufactured drama? Because it feels like manufactured drama. This has got salty McSalt written all over it.
Well, let's talk about it. So obviously, CIG announced, I think it was about 20 some odd days ago, that if you had interest in securing an Anvil Odin, you needed to write an essay to the concierge issue portal, help support portal, whatever it's called, and essentially you were creating a concierge ticket, and you were supposed to write an essay up to 999 words, and you would sort of be considered. Now, there was a lot of people with pre-built-in expectations that from the Kraken experience back in 2018, there were people that were like, you can just put anything. There's going to be a random selection. There were people that dropped their heart and soul into this essay. And as of yesterday morning, at least my time, yesterday morning is when I first started hearing Odin, Founders Club acceptance letters, which I think is a misnomer, and I'm going to talk about that, started coming in. And the email looks something like this. For those that didn't see it, it essentially just said, congratulations for your submission. After careful consideration, you are welcome to the next phase of Founders Club access. Now, and then they have the waves here and everything else.
You are invited to an F5 war.
No, it says you should not show this to anyone else or you'll be permanently banned. Oh, too bad now.
It's all my information's off. But they have the local times here, the waves, and of course the price there is 5,000 USD war bond, 5,900 USD store credit. Honestly, right kind of on target what we were thinking and talking about. I mean, I know the price was a big shocker to a lot of people, but the price was really what everyone, in my opinion, around me has been talking about. Everyone figured 5 to 6K. So it's really kind of right in line.
I think there was a little bit of a surprise in how much it jumped up to credit.
It's a big credit jump, $900.
No, because that's the final war bond price. Do the math. It's 20%.
20%. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, so let's talk a little bit about this process. So obviously there's a lot of, it's really, I posted on, so just so everyone knows, I did not get an Odin acceptance letter during the day, and hours were going by. I made a post on Twitter and everyone was like, you didn't get one? And people were getting one, but I really wasn't upset about it. I was playing along like, darn, but I really wasn't angry. It was kind of like, whatever. I'm just want my Kraken next year. That's all Grim wants. And, but it was interesting, and I were seeing some people get really upset about it, though, because they were really targeting this ship. And then, of course, it was like 10 p.m. last night. So almost like 10 hours after the wave of emails went out, mine popped in and I heard 2 other people got theirs at the same time too. So I was like, oh, okay, maybe there's additionals filtering out, which maybe that will be the case tomorrow, or maybe some people got them later today. I don't know. But regardless, there's a lot of people angry. And the question comes down to, there's sort of 2 things that pop in my head with this. The first one is essays the best way to do this expression of interest? And the next one is, should this process have guaranteed you a ship if you wanted it? However, it looks like it just gives you access to an F5 war. Where do you guys? Let's start. We can start anywhere, but let's get this conversation.
It's really obvious. They tell you they want an essay or you to write about it, so you only do it if you actually want it. Because if they just said anyone that applies will get it, then everyone will just go, give me the bloody Odin and not care, right? But they wanted to limit the process, so they put a psychological tag on it. That's what it's for. It's a psychological thing.
I think it should have, they should have been looking at the essays, and the people they accepted should get ships.
They don't have time,
or why bother doing it? I mean, the only reason then they've done it is because
I just told you why. It's to psychologically limited.
Yeah, but the only reason to do it is to gather some statistic on, and I think they might have done this, on how many ships to make available, because in the letter they do say they adjusted and made more war bond purchases available.
They did, yeah.
So
it's the other thing too, though, and I didn't experience the Kraken essay interest thing. So this is kind of my first experience with this, but I have been rather surprised at how many people have told me, "Oh, I wrote an essay and I got accepted, but I didn't want it and I didn't plan on getting it." They just wanted to see and participate in the process,
I wrote a paragraph Like, no one's going to write an essay. You just write it like you write a normal letter. If you can get everything you need to say across in a paragraph, you're fine. But
Yep.
turn around and saying, I heard someone said, give Kraken, and they got one.
Yeah,
right?
I heard
But
that
then as I said, I also heard people that wrote literal pages. So it's how you mentally take it. But if you think about it, in almost every single case of what I just said there, it shows a genuineness to actually want it. Now, they don't have to check that. They just need to slow you down, because if they, by the same token, said anyone that just sends an email to gibjablin@cig.com, every man and his dog would apply for it.
Yeah, there's
and that's what they didn't want to have to do.
And anyone who's tried to grab, a game console day one or a GPU day one, there's a lot of different ways this stuff is tried. A lot of it, and almost none of them are perfect, a perfect experience. I will say that. I did. So yeah, I got my email late yesterday night. I think it was like 10:30, 11. And for me, I'm a little split on the F5 side of this. I almost feel like what I would prefer them have done as a different sort of way of doing this is, and especially if they want to do sort of what you were saying, Gear, where they sort of judge the interest and how many they need to make available and can sort of ride that break a little bit if too many if there's too much interest, is I think it would have been interesting over the course of Defense Con is if on the first day or two of Defense Con, a certain chunk of people were guaranteed, like that expressed interest, they were given a golden ticket that allows you to buy one in this wave, and it's a guaranteed haul. Okay. They see how much interest is based off that first push, and then they can plan accordingly for a second push at the end of Defense Con, sort of break it up. I just to sort of see not only how much interest there is, but how much real interest there is. There's a lot of interest. We already know that. There's been tons of people who have expressed interest who had no plan on, no intent on even getting one from the get-go. So the interest is there. The interest isn't the problem. It's the real interest. It's the actual commitment. And I think after a sort of almost a wave one, I'm not talking waves how they do them now, where it's a wave every 8 hours. I'm talking like an initial sale of it at, and maybe that was for, your highest tier concierge and or people that own javelins. Maybe you give them that path, whatever, that first sort of grouping, that first wave, that first push, based off that interest, based off how fast they sell, based off how many you sell. Maybe you sell out completely. Then you can make an educated guess on that second wave, or maybe it's opened up a little wider, how many you should offer up and what that I don't know. And again, I'm not saying there's a perfect process here, but I do wonder, I've seen so many people excited that they got the email. They're like, I got the email, I'm in. But I'm like, you're in nothing. I mean, you don't have a ship yet. And
yeah, you are cordially invited to the F5 war.
Yeah, and I am already expecting, and if that's how it's going to go down, if it's going to be the full-on F5 battle, I am expecting some pissed off people for the ones that got the letter but then didn't win the F5 war. Because maybe they live out in Greenland or wherever. There's going to be some people that, and that's going to set off that fury of, I got the email, I should have got the whole.
So that's not how the Kraken one went down. It basically made it so that one was assigned to you for the Kraken. But you're saying that you reckon it's going to go the other way. I don't agree with that. I think it is going to be, once you get the email, you essentially are assigned one that you can buy in your wave.
Yeah, and you,
and when they said they increased the number of them available, well, that basically went, we've got more interest than we thought we were going to need. We really need money this year. Give us the money.
Let me bring up the line that puts this doubt in my mind, because I've thought about what you're thinking about. And here's the line that gives me that doubt. And it's right here. It's right before the waves. They say, and it's just first sentence. They say, to better ensure successful availability. Not to ensure successful availability, to better ensure. It's just a weird vagueness there where they're almost trying, it almost sounds, you could take it two ways. You could say they're ensuring there's enough availability for all the captains, or to better ensure that you have a chance at getting one. It's really weird language. And I've seen people arguing over this line in different Discord channels, and I really don't know how to read it either. But again, it's what the full line says is to better ensure successful availability for the most dedicated captains, waves are restricted to those that have passed the first phase of Odin Founders Club access, not the Founders Club, but access to the Founders Club. And war bond stock has been increased because a lot of people were saying, well, I got the email, I'm part of the Founders Club. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as you just upped your chances of getting in the Founders Club.
I hope you're wrong, because you know what one of the biggest
I hope I'm wrong too.
is to getting an Odin is living in the Southern Hemisphere. If you live in the Southern Hemisphere like I do, it is almost nigh impossible. I could not get my Kraken. I had to get someone in America to get it for me. I've had Agrid had no trouble with his Javelin back in the day, but even he now struggles to get bigger ships. And he lives, he's only an hour from me, essentially, or an hour and a half from me. But it's just not fair.
Anybody with a slower ping, like excluded.
And I'll tell you now, this goes on to other things in the real world too. I remember certain content. What do you call it? Like concert tickets and stuff like that. The people in the United States. I remember my brother going, I've been trying to get tickets for this thing for 3 hours. And his friend was in the LA and just logged in and brought him instantly because the internet congestion was just wouldn't let my brother through.
Yeah.
And I know from way back when and dealing in the gray market, I know one of these resellers and they do all sorts of illegal stuff. But one of the thing that you actually, are talking about where they make so much money off of this thing, that he's rented servers in data centers in New York and LA on which to spin up VMs to launch the bots to buy.
I would literally.
So it's like exactly this issue.
Do you know one of the other things I would do with these accounts, by the way, is once you have a capital ship on them, to actually get the email transferred to another email. And it can't just be on like some kind of generic email like throwaway@gmail.com. It's got to be on a real email address, a verified one that's verified with the bank as well as with RSI, and that way they can't just start trading these big ships around. There are certain things CIG, there's certain things that CIG need to start doing at a certain level, and I could understand it. Like there are a lot of capital ships, but something like this and maybe the Javelins. Maybe they're the ones where they
resell.
And again, if you've only got 200 of these in the wild, man, I'm sure you could look at these every 6 months and go, "Hey, dodgy motherfucker, he moved that over here. Oh, I don't know, delete."
And there's some simple things like, okay, you're here, you're registered here, your credit card came from, Utah. Now you're pinging out of Germany. Wait a minute. Now you're logging in, regularly from another part of the world. WoW did that. It's
again, it does come back to what I said earlier. They do not have enough people. They're making a game, right? They don't have why has the website been so dodgy for so long? Because they're making a game.
Yeah,
it's
unfortunate. Their focus has to be somewhere else right now.
Yeah, and until the normies come along and the normies go, I'm not buying a freaking JPEG. And like I was in chat this week, right? And this guy, he was an Aussie guy, right? So we don't kind of hold back very much. We were a bit cursive, right? So I'll try not to say the colourful Australian language too much. But he was going off his tits about how he paid $45 for a game and it didn't do anything. He was going spastic. He goes, why are all these bugs? Why are all this? And I'm just going, dude, you are not prepared. And I'm like, and he was going absolutely mental. And the funny thing is, he thought he was buying a fully fledged active game. That's the kind of vision he'd had from the website or whatever. But that's not what he got delivered. So now you take that and you repeat that after Squadron 42. I think we're going to get a lot of people coming and going, fuck this shit, I'm out. Like, they're just going to leave.
Oh, $400 from Nick at Night towards the Aegis Tibberon. Thank you very much, Nick. Hope you're doing well.
Ooh.
Nick, I got to talk to you. Yeah, I got to talk to you soon, Nick. We're trying to. I'm trying to get this StarJump Bar Citizen planned, and I'm trying to decide on venues here in Columbus. So I'm trying
what
to get
that translates to, Nick, is I really need someone to palm it off to. I'm too busy. Yep.
So I need your help, Nick. I hope you're well, buddy. But so yeah, obviously this has been sort of the controversy right now. The supposedly we're the people that are given access, or sorry, let me restate that. The people that did get the emails, I guess we're either going to get a special. Well, I guess we're just going to get, our account is just going to get access to a specific promotional page for the sale of this ship that we probably won't find out until the 24th, I believe, is when we'll get access to try to get it.
I have no problem with that, as long as the page also has a list of winners and losers.
Yeah, it's
You are the first people.
Yes, North Peak, Ohio.
In the Founders Club. Here are the first 100 winners and the first 100 losers.
That
should be the gamble you have to pay to publicly be humiliated that you didn't get shit.
There were a couple of Anvil Odin concept details. Again, I would take these with a grain of salt. We don't know how official these are, but a couple interesting things I thought we'd bring up. 23 turrets, 10 torpedo launchers, 7 ship hangars, 8,000 SCU of cargo, and 5 exclusive paints included with the concept pledge. Wolf Blitzer says, "Is that real?" We don't know if it's real. This is just something that was on leaks. We don't 100% know if it's real. Take it with a grain of salt. I do think the 5 exclusive paints is awfully specific for this, so maybe the information has got some truth to it.
Remember they talked about the Idris and they said we're not doing any more for that because it was a pain in the ass. Because essentially when you do a really big ship, right, you're actually texturing multiple pieces, right?
Right.
So when you go up to something like a capital, I don't know, I'm just going to check out a number that's ridiculous, like 20 for an Idris.
Yeah.
Now, are you doing 50 for an Odin?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? So if they're only ever going to do 5 skins, you get it when you buy. You just get all of them.
Yeah.
By the way, the
St. Jude link is pinned to both chats, everyone. If you're on YouTube or on Twitch, the St. Jude Tiltify link is pinned. Just let me pause this for a minute to go over that for anybody.
If they do a drab olive one, or one that is not cool, though, I will take you to task.
There you go.
And there better be a bloody black and red one.
They're better. They're better. We do have a number of raffles, everyone. Tonight we are going to do the drawings for the Tiburon and the Aurora Mark 1 series pack. Those drawings will be here in just a little bit. You can use the link pinned to chat or scan the QR code down there and donate.
Do we have another bean yet? I've opened this whole box.
We do.
One delicious
we've
bean.
had a ton of. We've had a ton of donations. It's time to do a bean. But yeah, go ahead and do your donation if you're interested in doing that. The raffles tonight again are the Tiburon and the Aurora series, but there's other raffles on there as well. When you go to the link, you'll see a list of those raffles. Make sure you add that one to cart and make your donation. Special thanks to GearCon.
The Aussie version feel cheap and shit. You get a special container. I get to flick a bean.
Yeah, we're special over here.
It's not the fun type of flicking bean. It's the shitty.
By the way, Sandgroper saying it's double bean time. You got to do 2 at the same time, which ups your chances of it being disgusting.
And there's a special edition on the Tiburon, right?
That's true.
That's being raffled off tonight. I'm adding a paint of the winner's choice.
There you go.
What's that one?
Okay.
Tuberculosis. No.
Let me hold up mine. I got either. Here's mine. I got either the first one here on the left is going to be either Stinky Socks or Tutti Frutti. I don't know which flavor. It's going to be one of those.
That's what I got.
Yep.
Is that kind of like what with little black spots?
It's got like multicolored spots.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
And
mine have black spots.
And then the other one I got is either Wet Dog or Top Banana. I can tell you right now, this is not going to go well because when you do 2 at the same time.
Like? I'll just do the same as you. That'll make it easier. What did you say?
Yeah, do the same as me.
Like? Top Banana, Wet Dog. So it's kind of yellow with.
Yeah, yellow with some skid marks on it. Yeah. $100 from Space Dad Bod. Thank you very much, Space Dad Bod. $40 from North Peak.
So that's the that one, and that's the other one.
Man, they say they're clear for us.
This one is a fish tablet for the fish oil.
$40 from Nuno. Thank you very much, Nuno.
All right. So, do you want me to go one
Nope.
after the other, or
Nope.
do you want me to go
Both at the same time. We're doing both barrels. And 3, 2, 1. All right. Yeah, mine's not great.
Oh, that's a horrible combo. It's a great face.
Yeah, mine's not great.
Execute just eats him. He's like he's going to finish him.
This is going to be his favorite
and
snack.
He's going to go. It was barf and dog vomit. Yeah, and just not even moving.
No, these aren't great.
I've concluded. Americans are piss weak. Right.
No, this ain't good. This ain't good. And the problem is then it gets stuck in my teeth and I can't swallow.
Not bad. I've had way worse beef jerky.
Execute's in love with this. He's like, oh man, this is a great snack for me going forward.
These are awesome.
He's just going to buy these as like a snack.
The way you react is like you'd been, oh yeah, just suck on a baby's
Rabbit.
assholes. No, there's nothing like that. It's just
Rabbit and several others say you eat Vegemite, so your opinion probably doesn't count.
As I said, Americans are weak as piss. Anyway. All right, let's do another one. Let's go.
I'm still working on this one. I can't get this one down. Why don't you pop a couple? Make yourself useful.
Make myself useful. I'll pick 2, and then you're going to take them. So I'm when you finish, I'm picking a blue one, a blue one, and a pink one because I thought they were opposite of each other.
Okay.
So I think
now,
what
people randomly tune in here. You like you guys are like calling out like, okay, have this one and then this one. It's like you're doing like rave drugs or something.
Berry blue or toothpaste, and I believe the other one is pomegranate or old bandage.
I got one of those. I'm all out of blues actually.
I've got mostly blues. Oh, there's 2 blues. Is there 2 kinds of blue? No, yeah.
Man, yeah, I can't get this thing down.
You pick it. Well, look, I'll put the blue one back then, and you pick the other color.
All right. Dear God.
What about a green one? Do you have any of the green ones?
Yeah, I got a green one. I just dropped it actually. Where did the green?
Well, that'll add to the flavor, won't it?
It will. It will. Yeah.
Sangray, but these are a joke, bro. I'm not even kidding, man.
No,
you gotta laugh when you try some. They're not even bad. They're just like a mild flavor. Like it's like, meh. Okay, sure. Wow, that was painful. I've had worse. You know the sour ones. You know the warheads. They're worse than these by a country mile.
No. Here's the thing. It's not. Yeah, I don't know. It's not the American palate. It's not the American. I'm glad you like them.
What's with this tongue shit? You look like a fucking Murloc. Anyway, all right. Are you ready for another 2? Let's go.
All right. 2 more.
Murloc.
There we go. Down the hatch. I got 2. Here we go.
Wait, I didn't see 2. I just saw 1.
Oh, there's 2 right there.
All right. Oh, wait, you got orange and...
That's the only... I can't find a green one either. You got an orange one?
I got an orange one.
Do you got an orange one?
I've even got like a purple looking one.
Grab an orange. Yeah, grab an orange.
All right, I got an orange and a pink. All right, here we go. Right?
Oh, God. All right, here we go.
Okay, that one's a lot worse. No.
The issue is the flavors don't mix. I can take one bad flavor, but...
It's not that bad, but it's definitely the worst I've had, yeah.
Here's the thing. You might like it. This may be your new jam. This may be something you just snack on when you're watching a movie.
Don't get me wrong. They're not pleasant, but they're not... They're
not pleasant. All right. While we're eating these, thoughts on the Odin price? About where you expected? Shockingly high?
Exactly. It's exactly where we called it, man. Like
$100 for clean, yeah.
Unfortunately,
like the only ones
where we expected.
The only ones that surprise me anymore these days is when they make them way cheaper, like the Starlight, like the Golem. You know, you look at that Starlight and you go, look at the size of it. It's bigger than a Prospector. I was like, man, is that gonna be like $200? Holy shit!
Yeah, I thought 120.
They make it 60, and then they make it 60. I'm like, wow, that's so cheap.
Yeah. Hold on, man. I gotta go grab the dog. I'll be right back. Keep talking.
He's got to grab the dog.
Yep.
All right, the Starlight to me really came down to gameplay. I think the reason why it's priced at 60 is its gameplay, and it doesn't follow the whole.
That the gameplay is doesn't exist yet, or that it's like
it's not that detailed. There's not much game. gameplay in it to do. But by the same token, like you look at the guns on that ship is at a prospector level.
Yeah, yeah,
size of the
it's
guns and-
advanced starter for its category, and but at
They know
at the low
because of it,
level, low price
but
level.
they know because of its limited gameplay. That's why it's not gonna.
$100 from
They're
Clean
trying
Yeah
to
and
entice
40
people
from
into
Northern
it
Surge. Thank you
by
very much.
making it low.
So on the Odin, obviously we're approaching Anvil Day, so we're expecting. How I mean, is everyone expecting this is still an F5 war? Right? Is that where we're leaning?
That's where you two are. I'm not convinced because I was there for the Kraken. I think it's going to be just like the Kraken.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to, the first couple waves are going to be difficult, but then I think we're going to see it. We're going to see it say it's in stock for longer than a half a second.
Yeah, can I stop you for a second? There's a much easier way to look at this. Imagine the perception of half the people that got the emails turning around saying, "But I didn't get the ship."
Well, that's what I say. It's a loaded bunch of bad press right away.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So you think it all through. These people are not dumb. No, it just ain't happening.
Yeah,
it just ain't happening.
I mean, or maybe it is one of those situations where the amount being on offer will mean that most everyone serious is getting one. So, or guaranteed, like you said, which I think would be the best scenario. But how many do you think they're trying to sell in this initial sale? Because we expect this to be on sale in further Invictuses and IAEs, maybe, possibly. I don't think we're thinking this is a one-time concept sale, right?
No, I think it'll be available again.
Yeah.
I think the other thing is too, people bring up the point that a lot of people are expecting to be able to buy this with credit.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to want fresh cash. They are going to want people to give them $5,000. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think the people that should be offered credit first before anyone else is the people that brought javelins. And the simple reason is, especially if their javelin is older. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the line in the sand is there, right? That they probably did work this out. But let's just say, for example, someone like Agra that brought on the very first day it was ever available, he was promised at concept that this will be the most expensive ship you can ever buy in the game. Period.
Mm-hmm.
That is now broken. That is now like a fundamental lie. So that person should have the option to essentially upgrade from a javelin to this because they are giving more money or they're giving credit or whatever, because they have fundamentally been lied to, and again, if you wrote your javelin last year, I guess it's technically still true then, isn't it? When you work it through, is there really any difference in time? No, not really.
No, not until they mentioned that this ship was coming, that they were putting it out there, what size it was going to be.
Another question for you guys then.
Real quick, about the credit. I'm with actually. I don't think there should be many credit available for this, right?
Mm-hmm,
I think maybe the people who are, who have javelins, they can buy it for credit because of the broken promise. I totally get that, and as soon as Execute mentioned it, I remembered hearing that as well, like when I bought my my javelin. So, but then over and above that, I mean, for all of the waves, I would think that there shouldn't be more than 100 available for credit. And then with how many waves is it? 6?
Yep.
I think maybe 200 available for cash.
You get into a weird area with that though, and let me explain, because that's being considered if you're all in credit or all in war bond. There's a lot of people that may do half credit, half war bond, and it's sort of like, where does the line
they judge them as soon as there's any credit involved, it's credit.
Right. That's you're right.
I think for this, for the numbers that I put out there, I think it would be, just because the ship is at such a, it's not an even number. I think if it was, 60% or more new money,
Mhm.
then it would be in my new money category of ships. Like there'd be 200 available for those people, and not make this formula, accessible to people. I mean, people would probably figure it out pretty easily.
And
But
that's sort of the why you'll never please everyone, because there's going to be that
Yeah.
person that goes, "Well, I put 58% of the money in." Mufasa just rated with 8 viewers, by the way, and shout out Mufasa has donated thousands towards a charity. Mufasa, I hope you're doing well, buddy. Salute to you. I'm going to shout your channel out.
Thank you much.
Go ahead, Gear.
Yeah, so that's where I think it's the cash and credit. I think there should be numbers. I think the credit should be limited, because they are looking for the new investment, and I legitimately see a reason for the Javelin owners to be able to use credit and get the ship because of the promise.
Is this one of the reasons you want one of this, Grim? Is it because you want the biggest ship in the game?
Why I want it?
No, Grim. I said Grim. Well, I'll ask you too. Same question.
Oh, yeah.
Is it you want the biggest ship that's available for players in the game?
No, some people are going to think I'm crazy, but if I get it, it's going to go into buybacks. And yes, I know there's a risk involved in that, and it may be I may never
off the list.
But here's
off
the thing.
The list.
But here's the thing. For me, it's a lot of money to even credit. It's a lot of credit to tie up in a ship. I'll be honest with you, though, with a blanket statement. One of my biggest reasons for playing Star Citizen is big ships in general. I've played plenty of sci-fi games where I fly small ships. It's fun. I enjoy it. The thing that captured me about Star Citizen was big-ass multi-crew ships. And no, I'm not talking about piloting them. I like turreting on ships. I don't mind engineering. Whatever role you want me to play, I can swab the decks. I can just man the hangar door, whatever you need me to do. I like that type of gameplay. So for me, the just big ships in general fascinate me about this game. You know what I mean? So it's not that it's the biggest ship. I'm just fascinated by big ships in general in Star Citizen.
I can see your psychologist now. Obsessed with big objects.
Yeah. It's how you fly it. It's not how big it is, it's how you fly it.
From elephants, giraffes.
I mean,
yeah.
And to be quite, and this may come off as cheesy to a lot of people. I get that. But I still have a big part of me that I want to fund the game. Now I would do mine with credit, but even the money that I put into the game to even get the credit to get this, part of it is because I want to ship, yes, but a big part of it is because I do want to see this game become a reality.
I would have also look, and I don't want to say this to be picking people, right? But there are people out there that I know own 5 Polarises, 3 Javelins, etc., etc. They're the type of people I'd be really wanting to offer those credit options to, so they can spread their fleet out a bit community service related.
Actually, sorry, let me interrupt one thing real quick, everyone. If you're getting in on the Tiburon and Aurora raffles, you got about 10 more minutes to do those donations, because then I have to close them. And then I have to get them all prepped for the drawing, which takes some time. When I am doing that prep work, we're going to go into Q&A, okay? Because I know a lot of you submitted questions. So if you are going to donate towards one of those two, the Tiburon or the Aurora Mark 1 series, now is the time. I'm going to close those in about 10 minutes. Sorry, Execute, go ahead.
Long story short, the reason I asked you that question is because I would be looking at the fine print when this thing comes out. Is essentially, is it sold as the biggest ship in the game? Because I have a sneaking suspicion there's going to be a competitor to the Bengal one day.
Sure.
And do you think that's going to stop them from selling it? I don't.
Right.
No.
And I'd almost be willing to bet money, if they get really desperate for money, why wouldn't they sell the Bengal?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just saying,
well,
there's nothing.
Yeah, I think there'll be peers for all of these that'll go, up for sale eventually.
I do think they're going to sell the Bengal now, because they've broken so many promises of things that they said they were not going to do. They've kind of just gone, well, there's no reason we can't.
I'm also not totally convinced that the reason to sell this is purely based off needing to raise money. Because I think they could equally make a lot of money off of selling a really cool ass small ship. I think I think the primary reason for offering this, and they said it, they even say it kind of in the email, is because they say in the email, this is a huge milestone because it checks off the last promised ship stretch goal. I think they want to get that albatross off of them and be able to move on from that as they move into a more 1.0 focused mindset. And so again, it's great they're going to make money from it, but couldn't they just make a lot of money from making a really cool I don't know, Xi'an starter. I don't know, whatever. I mean, they could make a ship that sells a lot too. I mean, if they're only selling 100 or 150 of these or 200 or something like that, we could do the math. It's a lot of money, of course, but they could make a lot of money selling cutter starters too. I don't know. Thoughts on that?
I think they make more actually selling some of the smaller ships, but the reason I want the ship is
that's what I was going to get to. If you allow me, like I'm just doing the math here. Say you had 600 of these at 5,000 a pop. That's $300 million. Now I can tell you for a fact, back in the day when they sold some of the older ships like the Vanguard and stuff like that, they made like into the 26 million type of range in a day.
Right.
So you add that through, they are definitely not making. It's not for money raising.
Yeah.
Sorry, dear.
No. For this ship, I wanted it because of the fleet gameplay. I wanted, to have the anchor for, a fleet, and be providing that with the org and, getting, everybody else in it organized. Not necessarily leading the ship every day, every fight, but, giving other people the opportunity to do the same thing. But being the one showing up and having the anchor. I've played a lot of MMOs, and doing something like this and getting it ready takes a lot of preparation. So I like doing that on the back end.
See, a lot of these bigger ships were not meant to be despawnable. And if that's the case, that's not enough. You literally need to have friends to support this thing. You you said an org, right? That you did say that. But if that org disappears for some reason, you're screwed.
Yeah. Well, now they had said, or they said that these are, going to be dockable at stations, and you can log off. So the Bengal you can't, but
the original plan, now this again all subject to change, etc., but the original plan is, yes, you can dock at a station, but there's nothing, it won't despawn. There's nothing to stop someone blowing the shit out of it.
Yeah,
if they're willing to take you and the station on, they can stuff you up.
I wasn't.
Go ahead,
probably wouldn't be willing. I wouldn't be willing to buy it for cash if you couldn't dock them and despawn it.
Yeah, I want to solo it. I want to be that guy that not only do I solo it, but I use it as just a platform to launch a vulture from, a small solo industrial ship, and I'll be that asshole.
You fly the vulture.
Hang on. Someone's saying the same thing can be said for the Kraken. No, the Kraken can land.
Yeah, Kraken can land.
So the Kraken can be despawned because it can be landed in a hangar. These are space locked. They can't be.
Yep. $40 from Bubba Ganoush. Thank you.
That may have changed, and God, I hope it has, because it's a nightmare. But again, that's what you said. They probably need to update us on how these larger capital ships are going to work, and I hope that does come with the Odin sale.
And I hope that ISC that we're going to get, or SCL, whatever the hell they're calling it, that we're going to get on the 24th, that is that second part of that video where they're walking through the Odin. I'm hoping it's all focused on the Odin so we can get some real, tangible, hour-long information dump about this ship.
No. You're going to get 45 minutes best because they've got to introduce everyone for the first 15 minutes.
That's true. That's true.
He's going to talk about his hair and his shirt.
John Crew, tell us what you do here.
His table.
Everyone, real quick, 60-second warning, and I'm going to be turning off both the Tiburon and the Aurora Mark 1 series pack. We have done very good on ticket sales. Thank you very much for that. You have 60 seconds left, and I'm closing those drawings. We do have a bunch of Q&A I thought we could get to, so let's go ahead and jump into that. Excuse me. Riddick says, question, are you melting ships to get an Odin for $5,900? First off, Riddick, that's a very personal question, my friend. Yes, so my path to the Odin is one of curiosity. I'll be totally honest with you. First off, it's not even a no new money for the Odin. I'm in a no new money for Star Citizen. I put in a lot. I'm getting stuff with credit. I'm working the fleet that way. So what I did was I melted my Idris and my T kit and my K kit, which alone was $2,700 worth of credit. Okay. And I didn't feel bad about that, even if I don't ever get it back. I've just come to find that the Idris is not for me. I'm much more happier with, I think, the future Kraken. The next thing was melting the Javelin, which I did today. I melted the Javelin. That brought me up, plus a couple other bits of credit I had, up to essentially $5,950 in credit. The Javelin is a gamble too, just like the Odin. I mean, my one concern about the Javelin, and the one reason I was kind of like, maybe I'll melt it, is it goes back to something I bring up a lot, which is the Idris and Javelin are ships built around Squadron 42. And I'm not, based off what my experience with the Idris, I'm not 100% sure I like that. I'm, you know, and the jury's still out. I don't have all the answers for this, but I do think the Idris has a lot of flow issues and stuff in it for a PU game. For Squadron 42, it's probably gonna be amazing. But you can, when you're in it, I can tell I'm in a ship that was made for kind of like a different game, if that makes sense. Now, this is just my opinion, so other people may not agree. Maybe they'll give us a hint with the Odin. Is it built for some future Squadron thing? Although I don't think they're going to mention any future Squadron chapters, but like maybe they'll tell us what the intent behind this ship is and maybe what design lessons they've learned. But hey, $40 from Anonymous and $40 from Ryan Mac Gamer. Thank you very much. Just in time, by the way, because I'm closing those giveaways now. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Did either of you go in for this ship? We'll keep it short because we'll go to the next question.
Go for it, Gabe.
Yeah. I'm leaning towards one. I definitely did an essay. I actually did an essay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 800 some odd words. And but
I bet your essay was good.
I actually did try to make an essay. Yeah.
Good.
So but yeah, I would look at War Bond. Just because I don't have many things that I want to get rid of right now. So although I'm trying to go through my CCUs and use what I want and then get rid of everything else, because I worry. I just don't want to be caught short when CCUs go away. You know, like
Sure.
I was caught a little bit short with Squadron 42.
I think they're going to be. I think they know going into tomorrow. One of the reasons they increased the pool, so to speak, or of availability, is they probably did offer a lot more credit ones, because I think they realize that most people are going to be shuffling shit around. Do they really expect someone to smack down $5,000? Like, I can't imagine there's going to be many people that are just going to go, here, have $5,000.
There'll be some for sure, but
like some, but
I don't know. Out
a
of
lot of money,
all of the
man.
people I know who are doing it in my org,
Wait. You've got multiple people in the same org doing this?
I think so. Yeah.
No.
It's a very large org. It's over 800 people. So there's different sections and stuff.
No. You guys only need one of these. You do not need more than one.
Yeah, it's
execute.
like telling
they
people
need 14 of them. You know it.
Yeah, just like telling people they don't need multiple pioneers, right?
Yeah, we again, we talked to Ben and John, and the example they gave us about like over expenditure of ships was they met an org that had 12 people and 11 of them had pioneers. They didn't even need one for 12 people, they said, let alone 11 each. It's the same thing. You like let's just run a thought experiment here, right? Like just for your org's benefit, right? Let's say best case scenario, this thing, like what was the number of turrets you said before? You said 22 or something like that.
23.
Right? And then look at the amount of cargo we've got, look at the stations on it, look at the fighters on it, stuff like that. I think we are very reasonably an engineering team, and this is going off things what we know on the Idris and stuff as well. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're at least at 100 people, yeah? At least.
For crew? Yeah, I would say so.
Crew.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? At least, right?
Yeah.
Now, you said 800 people, right? So we've just instantly deleted 100 of them. Now you got 700 others, right? Now, this thing isn't going to be going on its own. It's going to need a fleet around it. And you start to trickle that through the other ships required for an actual fleet to run with an Odin. I think you're going to find very quickly 700 doesn't go as far as you think it does. Then, on top of that, how many of these people are all online and available on the day that you're going? Well, half of them instantly have disappeared because their daughter's recital is on and their son's got a cricket game to go to and their wife wants them to clean the gutters. You see where I'm going here? Very quickly, 700 or 800 is not 800. It is 400 at best, right? So you get 100 on the Odin, you're now down to another 300. You see where I'm going really quickly? You do not need more than one of these. You guys are going to have buyer's remorse. I'm just letting you know now. That I did that just for your benefit, right?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I ran through all of those scenarios.
I
mean, the biggest thing is that multiples.
You be the one that's smart here and don't buy one.
Where when we lose it, getting refielding one quickly is probably the biggest reason a lot of the big corps are going for multiples. Is so that when they lose it, they just field another one.
Again, that's why they wanted to do this with the bigger ships, is once they're spawnable, they can't be unspawned and they turn back into hulls, right? Now, if you go back and read stuff on the Bengal and the original Javelin, the Javelin was actually sold as a hull, not as a ship. And you had to actually upgrade it once you got it. It would spawn in space as a hull and you had to go all the pieces and put on it to make it functional. And then they changed that, right? But the Bengal was always meant to be as you'll destroy it back. You'll destroy it back to the hull, and then you'll have to rebuild it to steal it off another org. Now, if that's the same thing for this,
we don't see what I mean. That is. I mean, because this is
we don't
in theory.
We don't. Well, it's not theory. That's the last thing we heard. So let's be honest. That's probably the most realistic thing until we hear it in a couple of days' time. Now, I won't argue with you. I'm not going to sit here and argue, right? But I'm going to say is that is a distinct possibility, is it not? It's a coin flip. It's 50-50. Right?
No, I don't think they'd sell this if it wasn't despawnable. I think it's dockable at a space station, and then you can log off and despawnable.
I hope you're right.
Bengal, I think.
But the other thing is, you've got to get. They've also stated despawning of ships. You've got to get every single person off that ship, and after you leave, it spawns after a certain amount of time. So if someone else can get on that ship,
yeah.
So if they can come, like if they know you're all trying to leave and they sit there and they just start hacking and they actually get on and you leave and they're on that ship, or they find a way on that ship in the couple of minutes before it despawns.
I mean,
I think there's just certain little things you haven't thought through. Well, there's going to be security risks.
I will say that I think the argument you're making, XQ, which is a good argument, I do think it can be extrapolated to a lot of ships actually in this game. Like you mentioned with the Pioneer there, and that statement that was said by CIG where they were surprised that the entire org had them. I think that same thinking can really be applied to almost every large and or capital ship to some degree.
Spike is going off at me because he thinks I'm trying to I'm not trying to convince people not to buy ships.
Get him, Spike. Get him.
What I'm trying to do is to open people's minds to fully understand what they're buying. There's a very different thing to saying, don't buy this.
Real quick, everyone.
I say you'd be the wisest person not to buy it, Tim, but I never directly said don't buy.
Real quick, everyone. The raffles are now closed. Thank you for your donations. I'm going to start getting those worked up. Okay, we're going to do the Aurora one first, and we're going to do the Tiburon. We're going to speed run through a few questions here, though. Okay, first one from Simon Wolf. How is Algrid? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He turns out he just he got called into work basically, and slackly didn't notify me. Yeah, that's what happened usually with Algrid. He just doesn't. He should tell me things, and he doesn't.
Deep Runner says, Grim, are you going to buy the Odin at $5,900? I would have to melt another $1,500 to get there. Quick answer on that.
Did he just say you have to? Are you going to buy deodorant? Do you smell bad?
Deodin. Yeah, it's like the Diron clad. No, I'm going to attempt to. as more of yeah, I'm going to attempt to, but if I don't, it's all good. It's all good. I'm most excited, as you all know, for the Kraken next year. That's like the main thing I'm thinking about. Keep It Secret says, how many are in the TIBURON raffle now? So he wants to know the TIBURON raffle odds, and I can tell you it was 123. 123
Damn,
in the TIBURON
nice.
raffle.
Still, good odds.
Yeah, good odds. Rabbit07 says, off topic, but how would you guys feel about a Drake heavy fighter that's based off the MiG from the Firefox movie and has an interior with a similar style as the Herald? Well, I don't know what you guys think, but I do think I wish that the Pitbull name had been saved for the Drake heavy fighter. And I do think I would like to see, and I'm usually the person that's like, no more fighters, but I do think the Drake fighter line needs to be filled out at some point. And I think it's a high possibility we'll see at least one more Drake ship between now and Kraken's release for sure.
I still think the best names I've heard for the Pitbull was Mosquito, Mozzie, Wasp, and then I heard another good one the other day, which was the Hummingbird. Because of the little scary nature of it would work really well.
And the shoot, I just had God dang it. Oh, I hope the heavy fighters do not look like the Cuddies. That has a distinct look. It's a utilitarian look, and so I hope the heavy fighter looks more militaristic, more like a grown-up pit bull.
I think you're going to find they got glass canopies. I think that's just kind of like, look at the Buccaneer, look at what they kind of put on the snub. That they both clearly have a glass canopy. So I think a glass canopy, what it looks like, we can sit and argue about, but I think you would agree with that, Grim, just based on the...
I would agree with that. I do think the pit bull has a little bit more like thicker and more like, it looks stronger on the struts area of that canopy, which I do think reinforces the feeling of the ship. I've always felt like the Buccaneer's canopy looked a little unfinished, and I have no doubt if CIG was to do the Buccaneer now, that canopy area would be a little bit more reinforced looking. But yeah, I'm excited to see. Based off the Pitbull, honestly, I am excited to see more Drake ships in the small, medium, and line get filled out a bit. And they've been successful at the ones we've gotten, recently. Pitbull, Cutter, stuff like that. So, moving along, Keeper Secret says, question, when does the dual Ironclad and Assault pack get raffled? The dual Ironclad pack is on the 31st. I can go back to the calendar here, which is right here. That is a calendar. So Ironclad Assault is on May 27th, and the Ironclad dual pack is on May 31st. Moving along, I want to speed through a few of these here. Tibble says, question, do you think the TIBURON will some year get a weapon that gives it size 7 beams for the turrets and a size 9 or 10 railgun? I think the important part of that question is, do we ever see a situation where that TIBURON would get a railgun as a weapon kit?
Fundamentally, what does it change?
Exchangeable.
So it's like what I said before, like once those hard points are locked in, does it really drastically change the gameplay? No, it doesn't. Yeah, so you're not going to drastically change the role of it by just changing the weapons on it. Not as much as the size.
Yeah, the only thing I guess I would retort to that is it may be CIG, and this could just be something they do. Like maybe they want to keep the railgun special to the Idris, so they don't the mass driver, so they don't put it on any other ship. But there's technically nothing preventing them from doing it for the TIBURON. You know what I mean? So yeah.
What was that weapon called that was theorized years ago? And I think it was called like the Hand of God or something. One of the military guys will know it. And it was they have these metal rods in space.
Rods from God.
And rods from God. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
That on a TIBURON.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
And it just like you just got these Idris, and it's like got massive iron rods shoved into the side of it with maelstrom, and it just goes straight through, and you just see this guy go sucked into space. That'd be
Well, that's the idea behind the big gun on the front of the Idris, right? It's shooting a tungsten rod, basically.
It's a mass driver. Yep.
Advanced driver.
Riddick001 says, did they fix the issues with bombs of the bomb module for the Retaliator and Gladiator not showing up in game? It's an entitlement issue. We know a hot fix is going out today. Maybe it has released. We'll see if that fixes it. It may not. We'll have to see, but we know that they're working on it. It's ultimately an entitlement issue. That's why paints haven't showed up. Norse Peak says, question, what do you think? Need to have a reload/recharge mech for these special pilot-controlled weapons? The pilot, did we just get a raid? Who got raid? Oh, the Astropub just raided with 130 viewers. Astropub, thank you very much, buddy. Paul, hope you're doing well. Was just on his show recently. Forget the day. Thank you very much for the raid, Paul. Hope you had a great time on your stream. Thanks for bringing your peeps over here. Have a great night.
Do a show with Paul for Anvil Day, actually.
So nice.
With me for
nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, thank you for that raid. I do appreciate it greatly. And if you're just joining the channel, everyone, hang out with us. We're going to be doing a raffle drawing here. The raffles have closed, but we're going to do a raffle for a Tiburon here momentarily. So stay tuned. Norse Peak says, question, what do you think? Need to have a... Okay, we answered that. So essentially... asking if essentially what I was saying earlier, where there was like someone or something that has to do the reload mechanic on those pilot controlled weapons. Again, I think it would be a nice balancer, and it would be a way to include a second person in that formula while still retaining pilot aiming and fire control. So I think it's a good happy medium. Rabbit07 says, question, could you see some heavy ground defense systems for bases and stations using these beam lasers? Will we see base defenses using beam weapons? I mean, sure. I'm excited to see what the station defenses are.
But we've already seen problems with it. With, like, for example, the Centurion could only shoot a certain distance. So people, and there was another ship that couldn't shoot directly, another vehicle that could shoot directly up, and so the arrows, knowing that you were parked there, or the ship that they were using was an arrow, would literally just fly down right above you, and you'd literally be spitting trying to shoot the bastard, and he'd just sit there and shoot the crap out of you.
Yeah.
So there are issues with it. Again, if you've got a limited length, I just don't think a stationary object with a limited length is very wise. You want to try and go as long as possible.
Yeah, I think once we get like permanent gun emplacements we can build with our bases, then I think ballistics win out, because you can have a lot more, well, in theory, right? It depends on how they implement the game mechanics, but in theory you could have it's a lot easier to have a whack ton of ammo on a planet next to a stationary gun, in a bunker or something like that, than it is on a ship.
Yeah.
And then just have complementary, gun emplacements supporting each other. But
the other way to look at it too is combined arms too. So if you had multiple turrets, actually it wouldn't be so bad, because the closer they got, you know what I mean? So the light
overlapping fields. Yep.
Yeah. So the ones that go out even further don't do as much damage. Then they come a bit closer, and then there's two turrets firing them, and then they get eventually everything's just firing out trying to kill it. Then maybe you do want to beam one to really, and especially when you get into ground vehicles too. Like if you're getting something come round towards the front gate, or there's a particular weak spot. Yeah, okay, I can see a need if I play it through.
I'm gonna slip in a question I just saw pop up in chat. I'm going to jump years ahead. Strato Brick. Just an interesting question there. It's a quick answer, but a good one. Strato Brick says, question, do you think there will be a few Anvil capital ships released before the Odin to prep the asset library? I personally, I think that's a hard yes. Yeah. And it kind of goes...
the case with the Liberator.
Yeah. And it goes sort of back to what we were saying at the beginning of the stream, where I was saying that there's really no competitor for the Polaris as a corvette and the Idris as a frigate. I mean, yes, we have the Kraken, but it's not a frigate. I think we could see frigate and corvette competitors from Anvil. Personally, I could see
absolutely. Looking at the way the Squadron 42 storyline is supposedly meant to unfold, is Aegis are like we've just come out of the Meza era. Because you got to remember, it's 10 years before we are now, so we're actually back in the Meza era.
Yeah.
Well, the game's taken that long to make, but you get my point, right? So essentially, you know, we're at the end of that Mesa era, so you've got the Aegis there, and then you go forward with Squadron. Well, then you kind of get to where we're at, and it's like, well, then, and that's where Anvil's meant to be coming in and taking over, because they're out with the old, in with the new type thing.
Yeah.
And then what's episode 2? It's this transitional thing, and you kind of can see that they're setting themselves up for episode 2 already, because we've got the Kraken coming. Now I can totally see that being in Squadron. You know, what happens at the, and I'm guessing here, right? But I've said a few times, it makes sense to me that we know that the pirate people are in Squadron, and then all of a sudden the Vandal turn up. Well, the pirates just don't disappear. They'd obviously be sitting there in the background watching the military getting absolutely gangplanked. Well, you've heard people talk about it before. What's the number one thing that would unite humanity? Aliens come down tomorrow. It doesn't matter who we are. We're going to be all in that together. Like, but you know, taking those guys on. Let's go.
Yeah.
You know, so it'll be exactly the same thing. So I have this feeling that what's going to happen is you're going to lose your ship somehow, and a Kraken's going to come along and save you, and you start episode 2 on a Kraken. That then gives you a need for the medium and heavy fighter from Drake.
Yeah.
And then as that episode rolls out, then maybe they eventually get you back to the military, and maybe you're on a Polaris or something like that, and then you move off the Polaris onto Anvil stuff. Now, this is all speculatory.
Real quick,
but
everyone.
It does make a lot of sense.
Sorry to interrupt you. You may have noticed something that popped up that was for a test giveaway, and I was doing exclamation test. I see a couple of you popping in. That was truly a test. There's no like giveaway like that tonight. I'm testing a new bot called Mix It Up that is supposed to allow me to do giveaways on both Twitch and YouTube under one system. So just tested it. Actually seemed to work. Thank you very much for those of you that did it and tested it with me. Okay. Couple more questions here, or one more question, then we're going to do the Aurora raffle, everyone. Okay. The next question is from Sejunis. Hopefully I said that right. 21 says, question, with what we know about AI blades, isn't it possible this ship could be as few as 3 people? They're referring to the Tiburon. 4 remote bladed turrets. It's possible. It's possible.
If entirely possible.
Yeah, all we know though is, and this is important to remember, all we know is AI turrets blades are planned. What we don't know are any of the rule sets and qualifications that go along with those blades. For example, CIG could make up and build in these AI turret blades only affect turret size 4 and below. I mean, who knows? They could go any direction with it. We don't know. They could do that specifically to limit their usage. We don't know.
We don't even have full details of how they intend blades to go in the future. So can I essentially install a blade that controls 4 turrets?
Right.
But it burns out at like 4 times the rate of a single one.
Yeah.
And maybe the ship only has room for 2.
Right. Yeah.
You hear what I mean? So like you know where I'm going.
Yeah. And okay, everyone, we're getting ready to do the raffle. I did want to point this out, though, for everyone that came over from the Astropubs channel. You may have seen this and wondering, what are we doing? Giveaways, but we're charging money for them? No. We are doing the St. Jude Play Live. We're raising money for sick kids and their families that are battling cancer via St. Jude in their Play Live campaign for the month of April and May. We started on April 1st. We have been raising money through donations. We have raised $54,614 for the month of April and May, which is just absolutely incredible. This community is unbelievable. Thank you very much, everyone. You can go to the QR code you see at the bottom of your screen, or go to the Tiltify link that pops up in chat, or that's pinned to chat. But essentially, when you go to that link, you'll see a bunch of raffles currently running. You can add those to your cart, whichever one you're interested in. You can see some of them here on May 27th for a $35 donation. We'll be doing an Ironclad Assault raffle. Gets you a $35 donation, gets you a ticket to that. If you donate double that, you get 2 tickets. For $75 St. Jude donation, we're doing an Ironclad dual pack for both Ironclads. May 31st, $60 donation, we're doing Polaris raffle. And on May 31st, for a $100 St. Jude donation, we're doing the Masters of Industry pack, which comes with a Hull Limited Pioneer, an Arastra, a Hull B, a Golem, a Vulture, a Mole, a Reclaimer, and a Hercules. These are all donated by GearCon, who you can hear his voice in chat. Thank you very much, GearCon. So yeah, get in on these. I will say too, your odds are pretty good. You know, some of these, like the Polaris, there's not a lot of tickets purchased. Your odds are real good. I will say the Tiburon and the Aurora Mark 1 series have ended because we're about to do those drawings now. As you see there, it is May 20th. So we're going to switch over here. Okay, here's how we're going to do the Aurora raffle, everyone. The first spin will be for the Aurora Mark 1 series pack that contains all the Aurora Mark 1s. We'll do that roll. Then we're going to do a second roll. That person, the second place winner, will get an Aurora Mark II starter package. Then we're going to roll it one more time, and that person will get an Aurora Mark II starter package, all courtesy of GearCon, who is in chat with us. GearCon, did I miss anything on this raffle?
Nope.
Okay.
That sounds it.
All right, everyone.
Oh, the only addition is the Tiburon winner also gets a paint of their choice. I will, when I contact them, I'll have you pick the paint you want, and then I'll send it with you. And
everyone, if you are a winner tonight, you do not need to do anything. I will be emailing you probably tomorrow morning, and we'll start the confirmation process, okay? So there's a bit of a process. The confirmation has to occur through the email you did the donation through, okay? Which we have an Excel sheet for, printed out or sent to, or that we're able to download from Tiltify, so it's all official. And remember, the money you donate goes directly to St. Jude. It does not come to STARJUMP. We have no access to it. We have no ability to access to it. So you can donate in confidence. Okay. Thank you very much for your donations tonight, everyone. Okay. Let's get to it. Yes, there are some blank spaces on this wheel. I don't know why it does that. I am sorry. Ignore it. Here we go. We're going to spin in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. This is for the Aurora Mark 1 series. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Uh-oh. It's Spike Siegel. Spike Siegel, congratulations. You won the Aurora Mark 1 series pack. Congratulations. That's awesome. Yeah, awesome. That's a cool pack. It's all the Mark 1s. How cool is that? He's in chat. Yeah. Spike, we will contact you via email, okay? No need to get in contact through Twitch or Whisper or anything like I do on normal giveaways. We'll hit you up via the email. So congratulations. Thank you, GearCon, for supplying that raffle. Okay, so I'm going to remove Spike's instance of that. There we go. I am going to do something now, everyone, that I've been trying to do going forward. I'm going to copy all the names, and I'm going to do a hard refresh of this page. Okay, I'll do a couple hard refreshes. The names are all still there. Good. And now we will spin just to make sure it doesn't have any weird remembrance stuff. All right, here we go.
Just so everyone knows, if you bought multiple tickets, right? And let's say Spike Spiegel bought 5. He just won. One of Spike Spiegel's slots got burned. The other 4 of his tickets still remain. So if you bought multiple tickets, you stay on the wheel. You just burn whatever won.
Right. All right, here we go. The next spin will be for an Aurora Mark II starter package. An Aurora Mark II starter package. Good luck. We're going to spin in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good luck. Who's it going to be? Oh, my goodness.
You gotta be kidding.
There we go. And I shuffled it. Not only did we do a hard refresh, but we shuffled. Okay. Yes, you can win more than once, Spike. People. You can win more than once if you bought more than one ticket. So congratulations.
Now that I look at the wheel, you're on there quite a few times, aren't you?
Yes. Congratulations. That is the benefit of donating more money. That is the benefit of donating more money. It's happened, actually. This is not the first one that we've done where someone has won multiple times. So we're going to hard refresh the page again.
That is why we're doing these refreshes and copying and pasting the names in again. So we really change it as much as we can.
Not only do I copy and paste the names again, but I also hit shuffle. I'll hit shuffle a couple times so it mixes the names up. And here we go, everyone. We're going to roll again. 5 hard refreshes and several shuffles. Here we go. Spinning again in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I was looking for Spike's name again. Oh, it's Sappy Dream. Sappy Dream.
Sappy Dream.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You won an Aurora Mark II starter pack as well. Amazing. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the winners and the Aurora Series raffle. Do appreciate it. The good thing is I'm all prepped for the Tiburon. The funny thing is on the Tiburon, most people bought one ticket except for one or two people that bought a few. So, so this will be fun. Let me get the names entered really quickly. There we go. Let me hit the old shuffle button. Let me share my screen. Okay, this is the Tiburon raffle group here, everyone. This is going to be for a Tiburon. I will go ahead and say, just so everyone knows, whoever the winner is, you will get, what are they? They actually get an Orion and then a Tiburon, Orion to CCU thing. So you'll get both of those. One sent from Gear, one sent from me, and you can just apply the CCU. I'll send you the CCU. Gear will be sending you the Orion. So, or unless you just really want an Orion, you can.
The benefit is you can just use an Orion.
Yes, but with the Orion and the CCU, you will have a Tiburon, and then obviously he's thrown in a paint. So good luck. Thank you for all these donations, everyone. That is absolutely amazing. This has been a good push on both of these ships. Okay. Gonna spin the wheel in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good luck. This is for an Aegis Tibberon. Shark with a laser on its head.
Speaking laser beams.
Vigilant Fox.
Vigilant Fox.
It was almost, almost, Vigilant Fox. Congratulations. Yes, congratulations, Vigilant Fox. I don't know if you're in chat right now. You don't have to be in chat to win. We'll be emailing you, but congratulations, Vigilant Fox. Remember, all of you winners, we will contact you through email. We will get a hold of you. We'll start the confirmation process. I'll go ahead and warn you, the ship doesn't fall in your hangar tomorrow. It does take about 5 to 7 days for you to get the ship. We have to kind of run some checks and stuff, but you will get it. We've already had quite a few winners. So congratulations. That was awesome. Another raffle complete. Going back to our raffle thing here. Tiburon and Aurora Mark I series now done. Our next drawing will be in 7 days for the Ironclad Assault. An absolutely awesome ship. $35 donation to get in on that. Everyone, so far for April and May, we've raised $54,614 with a STARJUMP lifetime raised of $95,172. Obviously, big shout out to Dad Bob Bard TV, Ender, for doing multiple years of fundraising as well before Graham got involved. I got involved last year. So absolutely amazing achievement. And all this money is going to sick kids and their families, which is just incredible. So thank you very much, everyone, for your support, your donations. I know there's a lot of you in chat that have donated a ton of money already for April and May. And for that, I thank you. And obviously, big shout out to GearCon, who's in chat with me right now, for donating all these ships you see on screen. GearCon donated out of his own hangar for these raffles. So everyone, give GearCon an 07 in chat. I know he appreciates it. And you got a double.
And we've got the big, 3 big raffles ending out there on May 31st. So everyone,
some big ones.
There's that
Pioneer one's going to be crazy. There. That's a whole limited Pioneer, everyone.
The Masters of Industry will be that's going to be a heck of a win.
If CIG would let us do Krakens, maybe there'd be a Kraken, but unfortunately, it's over that price mark.
They will not.
Let's fire off a few more questions, everyone. I'm not going to be able to get to all the questions today, probably, because you guys asked a lot, but we'll see. We'll see. We might get through all of them. Let's see how it goes. But hopefully you all will hang out for a little while longer. We've had a great crowd today. We've been up to 600 or so in Twitch at various times. It's 500 now and 200 over on YouTube. So thanks for hanging out with us a bit. Let's fire off some questions. You know what? We need to look at something pretty. We'll pop up. We need to look at something nice while we're doing our question. We'll pop up the Odin again here.
What did you say about my face?
Hey, you're on screen. You're on camera.
No. It's look at something pretty, so it's not pretty enough. I get it.
All right, everybody, here we go. Captain Kern says, question: do you think in the future there would be a turret you can change out that has 2 times size Z6 cannons or repeaters? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Captain Kern. I mean, I think you're asking if you could switch out a turret, maybe other than the guns on the turrets. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but I mean, look, I think switching out weaponry on the ships that do not have bespoke weaponry, I think that is the goal. I mean, for those type of weapons, I think that's what they're trying to do. So yeah, I think you'll be able to do that. Pain and Hate says, did I miss the Odin controversy? No, yeah, we're still talking. It'll still come up. It'll still come up. The only thing I'll say about the Odin controversy one last time is, if there are people that got the email, but there isn't a whole like sort of reserved for them, I anticipate some of the biggest, most epic meltdowns in Star Citizen history if the concierge Spectrum channels are a sign.
It would be worth it just for that alone, but I just don't think they're going to want the bad press.
Yeah. Jacobus, yes, the price of the ship is $5,000 cash or 5,900 credit. Altzilla says, question: with Hanger Link, are you able to pull out stats like 2% of users have a Polaris, etc.? If so, is there a place that could be linked or posted? It'll be interesting to see the stats. Yes and no. Our stats are kind of locked behind some stuff now. There's been discussions with Starlet about investing in more stat tracking, and based off that more stat tracking, maybe there's a way that some of that could be made public facing. We are in active work on Fleet Viewer right now. I'm sure Starlet's going to hit me up in the DM in an hour or two probably, with some of the notes I left her. We have a few things we have to update and change. So expect a lot of Fleet Viewer changes.
Even if there were some really cool features that don't even require the stats to be shown. So can you imagine if you came into the game and just said, I want to get a repair ship that not a lot of people own. And it goes, well, based on this, bang. Or what is the most popular exploring ship in the game? Bang.
Yeah.
Like just little things like that would be kind of cool to see too, as trends and shit.
Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting. I guess at least against the people that use Fleet Viewer or, tap their hangars. Yeah. Jen and Tonic says, does either Hanger Link or Fleet Viewer save any user fleet data? We just get your hangar JSON when you connect it. It's not, we don't get any account data. If that's what you're asking, it's not available.
Credit card details, where you live, your dog's name.
No, just hangar data, like the stuff that's in the hangar. That's all that's publicly accessible, because none of that is proprietary. It's just known ship data or flare data or anything. Your account data is safely behind walls. So no, we don't have any access to that.
You don't save it to servers at all. No. It's saved locally, right?
Yep. It's all exactly. It's saved locally. Mal member says, question: CIG reused Idris weapons on the Tiburon, both beam and cannon. Do you feel it would have been better if they were separate or different? Was tying these two ships together the best way forward? Well, they're both size 10 lasers, but they're actually different laser weapons. They're different manufacturers. They're bespoke to each ship. Thus, they can be altered independently. So, for example, there could be a situation where the Idris size 10 lasers performing here, where the Tiburon size 10 lasers performing here in terms of damage. They could totally do that. So,
they could be exactly the same damage, and one recharges faster, but then another one fires faster. They can do whatever they want.
Great point. Yeah. Captain Kern says, do you think the BMM or other Banu ships would have turreted beam weapons? And I kind of think by that question, Captain Kern, you mean some of these alien ships, like, I know we're getting the Raylan, but specifically with the BMM and stuff like that, could we see beam weapons or any other type of, or different type of weapons that just aren't on human ships, maybe? I think all that's possible. We know that the Vandal ships have some special weaponry. We do know that there's some, I know on the Banu doesn't have some sort of tachyon cannons or something. I forget what the
Tachyon.
is it tachyon? Okay. So yes.
Oh, Singe tachyon cannons.
Yeah. So I think the answer to that would be yes. Captain Kern then asked, do you think the Polaris would get a turret variant? No.
Look, instead of sitting here going all these what if questions, the thing that me and Agrid got to this point where we just realized they now have the ability to kind of do anything they literally want. It's like
kind of no rules now, really.
Yeah. So let's just take this ship because it's on the screen, right?
Yeah.
How many different versions of the Odin could they possibly make? Well, a shit ton.
Sure.
Right? Because it's a bigger ship, it's got more turrets. So even if you took it down to an Aurora Mark III or whatever, you're not as limited as were you before because they've really opened up how they've done stuff. They've shown how they can literally take a hammerhead. Instead of just making it a variant, it literally looks different too. So it's kind of like a Mark II and a Mark I in a way, and halfway between a variant. So they can now just do whatever they want. They've opened the toolbox so much that you don't know which way they're going to go.
I mean, for me, in a lot of ways, it's more of a question of, and I'm going to bring this image up again. For me, it's more of a question of CIG looking at what they have and what they have holes for, and depending on those holes, deciding on, do we need to create something wholly new, or can we use an existing platform based off workload, based off personnel?
And the one exception I'll add to that is like in Jurassic Park, where they need to stop and think about whether they should.
Right. Well, life finds a way.
Yeah.
Super Dude.
Because we can. Should we?
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think some of the variants that they made have been very questionable.
Mm-hmm.
Not looking at any Pedigrin or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. And some of them have, and you know, I ultimately, though, I do think the goal, and this has been stated many times, Execute said it many times too on his show. Ultimately, though, the goal behind the bespoke weaponry thing is so they have control over those specific guns independently. 98 Infinity, this picture will be posted on the community hub tomorrow in 8K, so you'll be able to download it on the community hub. Just look for a post from STARJUMP Graham. I'm going to post it tomorrow.
I'll be looking for it in my Discord link after this show. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Okay. Super Dude says, why do you think they made the bridge of the Odin so tall? Why do There was a guy talking to me this, and I was really tired at the time, but he was like a World War II history buff guy, and he was going through like the type of turret it was, like the bridge it was, and the design of it, and all this stuff about World War. Apparently, there's a lot of World War II history caught up in this ship. But I reckon if you went out and asked a few people that know World War II history ships, you'd get your answer. It's not one that I can give you. I don't know if you can, but yeah, go ahead. I'll say one thing, though. This is actually not in relation to what you were saying, Execute, but one thing I will say specifically about this model. The hollow model itself is very rough. Now, that doesn't mean anything. The hollow models are specifically made rough so that they can be hollow models. It is very, very rough. Some of the turrets on it, especially some of the smaller turrets, when you zoomed in on them, were like a triangle. Like, it was so simplified. Where I'm going with that is when we get that video on the 24th from CIG that shows this ship in detail where they walk through it, I have a feeling we're going to get a much better visual of what this ship looks like, because this hollow model is not the best representation of it. And we're going to see additional concept art and stuff like that. We also may find out, is this ship going into production? Is it 5 years away? Who knows? But I think we'll get a better understanding of where this ship is truly at. And the reason I say that is that by the time this ship goes flight ready, it could change quite a bit from what we see here in this hollow model. That's very possible.
I do think at very minimal amount, there has to be another ship between this and where the Kraken and the Liberator are at, because you've got to go from S4 to S5 to essentially S6 is everything above S5, right? But to get to that, you need a little bit more. So I think there's at least one ship in the lineup gap.
I actually would say you have your Kraken, Idris, Banu Merchantman size class of ship. Then you have your Javelin size at 480 meters. Then there's this size. So,
I wouldn't disagree, but that just is how they. Once you get into S6, everything's just S6.
It still goes along with what you're saying, though, is that we're going to need anvil ships in bigger sizes to fill out the kit for sure. The Kraken and the Liberator, the Carrack and the Liberator are not going to cut it. We're going to need some bigger ships. So
it's military though, so I'd probably say it's probably leaning, like, I know it's meant to be an explorer military ship, but I'd have to think it's probably leaning a little bit more militaristically like the Liberator than the Carrack. Like, we'll see. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
The Texanzilla asks an easy one. He says, has anyone been missing their store-bought paints and items received yet? Yes, there are entitlement issues. They are working on it. Grim on YouTube says, question, what would you think if the Intrepid got a beam weapon kit? The Intrepid. The forgotten ship that needs a variant. Where are you, Intrepid?
It clearly has some variants that are coming. It's really, really obvious. Their gameplay is clearly mixed up with gameplay that's been delayed. When you look at that ship, I've gone over it with Grim even a couple of times. There's two things that really stand out, right? Straight off the bat, the fact that it's 2 sets of 4 is exactly the right length. Where the cargo is exactly the right length for the bounty hunting pods. And there's 2 of them. And when they go up, they have these, I don't know, very coffin-like doors with windows that you can look in. Right? And then you get to the back of the ship, there's clearly a rail from the top to the bottom, but it's got all this shit put into the rail as greebling. So there's probably a variant that has a turret that goes up and around the top. We've already got the one with the really big gun, but how do you differ? Well, if you take the big gun off, you've got to put the gun somewhere else. So that would explain a turret, and a turret on a bounty hunting ship makes a lot of sense, because then you can either shoot above, or if they're running below you, you can shoot down at them. Good point. Here's a great question. This is a good execute question, actually. Question from Jason Giles. This question, do you think the in-game costs of ships are related to how they are pitched for real money? Because the Hull C is he says the Hull C is cheaper in-game than the Reclaimer, but opposite in-game. I'm going to get you the episode right now because it still makes us laugh to this day when we go back and watch it. It was called, what was it, Endeavor God Tier? Do you remember the episode I'm talking about with Paul? And so we're talking about this episode, and Paul's like, no, I'd never do that. And we're like, yeah. And you can literally watch Paul in real time as he feels like he's completely been lied to by CIG when he realizes, and I can give a couple examples of this, is there's essentially ships that were in-game were cheaper than they were out of game to another ship. So the Hoplite, the example I gave at the time was the Hoplite was $235 and the Prowler was like $400. But in game, the Prowler was cheaper than the Hoplite. And they're both drop ships. And that's when he realized, and I said, it's like lore. Like, a lot of lore is made up. These prices are just made up by the marketing team. They're not getting their information from the design team. And I've said that for years. Like, I'm going to do one that's going to burst your bubble a bit, Grim, but go pull up the Kraken and then start to look at some other ships that are around about the same price. That thing is overpriced as hell compared to some of the other ships around it. Like, it's really expensive for what it is. There's some ships that are only like, 20, 30 meters shorter. And they're only like, take the Endeavor, $350. As opposed to $1,600, So you start to look at a few of them. Like, look at the, what was the Odin? Not the Odin, the Orion. Now, the Orion is technically bigger than the Kraken. And yet it's what's that? What's currently $575? I got mine for $325. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that has popped up on ships for sure. So, real quick to hit up a few follows, I do like to call these out. Is Physics, thank you for for the follow. Grenton, Mirshiki, Diabetes, Sacred Ewok, Demolish the Enemy. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how to say your name. Sorry, but appreciate it. Irondite, Cyber Phoenix, Outlook, Cold Circuit, Chipsker, Diesel Magician, Greeny Cake. This challenges me, y'all. Flawed Orbit, Sinor 135, Hawkastrophe, Blackout, Sugary Snake, Bear 1966, The Space Warden, Jason C, Uber Ones, for the Alliance Forever. I'll get to the rest of you. Oh, I've got a few more here. Sorry. Pop Tart Mechanics, Scurry, CSR Gaming. Boy, this is a hard one. Venenra, Five Mur, Julio Montero, Raz.
Excuse him, Chad. He's officially drunk.
Zeno, Arg Jargon. Thank you very much. That's it. Appreciate
That
it.
or he's having a stroke. I haven't decided yet.
Yeah. Here we go. All right. Few more questions here. Hudson Hawk says, Mr. Grimm, CIG surely knows about the issue of some individuals using scripts to instantly buy hull limited ships. Why aren't they doing anything about it? I'm not sure there's a lot they can do because I think that, or I mean, I'm talking broadly, but I think that whatever system they come up with, there'll be a way to game that system. There may be more they could do for sure.
Very aggressive at what it is because you can see that they're doing script rejection. They're recognizing input off of the web pages. So if you script certain inputs, you can see it being instantly denied. I mean, I poked at the website a couple of times, and they've gotten pretty sophisticated in how they're rejecting. But yeah, then an individual hacker, and that's what I think it is. It's a lot of individuals who are gifted at scripting and knowledge of web pages and a little bit of the hacking mindset, and they're just able to slow down their script, make it look like a person a little bit, hand code in delays here and there.
Yeah.
And they still get it in way quicker than a human, but there are no tools out there that can really stop someone at this level who's just, who's read the page, looked at it, and knows what responses to code in. And that's what they're dealing with. They're a little bit stuck. So that, as Execute and IO suggested, they've got to do things after purchase, that stop them from being successful with their ill-gotten gains.
Right.
Real quick before it goes off the page, there's a guy there called Bama Guy RTR who's an elite dangerous player and says, so you can actually buy these in game? Yeah, absolutely you can. Not only that, you'll be able to eventually build them in game. So a really big ship like this Odin that's designed for 100 plus people, that'll be a massive org working together to build it at a space station. So you'll have to actually really pull your resources to pull this off. So essentially, it's not pay to win so much as it is pay to advance. And not only that, they've stated that a lot of the ships are going to be upgradable. And the ship, didn't they say something like the ships where you get a 1 or 3 or something? They're not the fully upgraded ones. I can't remember what it was now.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's either the bottom or in the middle or something like that. I can't remember what it was. But point still stands. Even when buying them, you're going to have to upgrade them to a higher quality to get the full use out of them and stuff like that.
You want to plug in military components here or stealth component there or, a super, super top end, whatever to get perks here and there.
And the costs come in there as well because once you upgrade them, then you have to reinsure them. So you're only insuring them. That lifetime insurance only carries over at the level you got it at too. So I think you're going to find a lot of that. It's going to be really interesting when that all comes in. There's going to be a lot of ongoing costs and a lot of maintenance on these things. Really interesting.
Real quick, Token Clanker, if you are still watching, hopefully you are. I did get your whisper. I did check. You were in there. I'll whisper you. I know we're already whispering. I'll whisper you, and I can you can email me at starjump.org, and I can show you that confirmation. But yeah, you were gone. All good, buddy. Got you. Okay, we're gonna rapid fire some questions here. Hudson Hawk says, Mr. Grimm, I always love that. Mr. Grimm, the Pioneer used to always be available in May and December during the biggest events. Now it feels like May is going to be DrakeCon only. Does that mean we'll only be able to buy the Pioneer in December now? I don't know if the Pioneer was ever available in May for DefenseCon, but it was available for the Captains of Industry thing, right?
It's never been available. Yes, I think once they did it. They did it once. We already had one Captains of Industry, but isn't that in a month or so's time? Or am I mixing them up? No, or was that the thing? That was an event that's just gone, but the year before it wasn't an event. It was an actual sale.
Yeah, it was like a industry, moguls.
But it wasn't a sale this year.
No. Well, it was a little tiny sale, sale event.
But yeah, but it's never been available. I've never seen it available other than that one time, and again, they didn't do it this year.
Yeah.
It's almost always been an IAE. Did I say IAE exclusive sale item
sort of thing? Yeah. Next question. Thank you, Hudson. Appreciate it. Altzilla says, question: according to a Redditor, someone in their org just got permabanned for duping in 4.8. This is the best CIG news I've heard. Thoughts? Well, it's far from official, obviously, because it's from Reddit, and more than that, the Redditor is posting that someone got banned for duping. That may have been the reason. It could have been duping and other behavior. It could have just been other behavior. We don't totally have the full picture there. And if that is the case, that's
details. Did they refund his entire account? Did they keep all the money and tell him to piss off? Like, what are the details?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting news, Altzilla. I'd be really interested to know more about it. Have they ever permabanned anyone?
I've heard of people who have pushed it after they've gotten warnings and have been.
I've met people that got banned on the forums in the first couple of years of the game, and they've now got access back onto the forums.
Interesting.
After 10 years.
Yeah, I know one person who was banned, and to Execute's point, they gave they were so pissed off they refunded the person's money, and were like, never go.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Sorry, 1 second.
But that person really earned it.
Yeah, few more questions. Radium TX's question: thought only the Eclipse got size 10, not the Tally. Referring to the bombs, the bomb rack things. I'm not sure.
I'd have to go look. I might have spoken out of turn, but apparently there's 3 different ones for the Retaliator and only 2 for the Eclipse. I might have gone back.
I mean, to be quite honest with you, I don't see why they wouldn't have given it size 10 Moabs. It's plenty big enough ship to carry them. So I don't know.
Yeah. I think I saw it. You had it up size 10 next to the Tally. So I think there is a bomb.
That one was for the Eclipse, though.
No. I'm just going to go look, but I'm pretty sure
if you can find the weapons page.
Think about how big that room is.
Yeah.
Like you're talking size 10s, you literally have 2 Moabs, and that is it on the entire ship.
Yeah.
Like if you were putting a Moab rack in that thing, you're not taking anything else, right? But you can do it.
I'm just gonna put a bunch of these in the Bay of a Kraken and fly over and just dump them all. All right, here we go. Another question. We're getting down to the last few questions, everyone. Is that all ships Fleet Viewer poster posted on the RSI Community Hub? No, it'll be posted on tomorrow. Be posted tomorrow in 8K. Should be big enough to print for those of you who are interested in printing it. I don't sell it, and I don't recommend you selling it. CIG will get on your ass.
Can I clarify? Because I was wrong on... So it's not size 10. It's size 3, size 5 on the Retaliator.
Okay.
It's size 3, size 5 on the Eclipse, and size 1 on the Eclipse.
Gotcha.
So I knew it was 3 on one and 2 on the other, and I remember it being... 2s and 3s, and I fucked up when I said size 10.
Yeah.
I just
I
had it backwards and the wrong. my brain has jumped from 10 from 1 to 10.
Yeah.
It's a thing my
all
brain
good.
does.
We still
Sorry.
love you. Altzilla says, question for Execute. You were really outspoken about all the variants last year. How do you feel this year's going? I think it's less variants overall.
I think they're better variants done better, but they still keep going.
Yeah,
a little bit further. It's
I
like
get
it's
used
like
to it.
it's like they're trying to figure out how to shortcut.
Yeah.
Right. And at the end of the day, is this a hammerhead or is it a hammerhead variant? How does it feel to you guys? Right. And I'll put that to me. It doesn't look like a hammerhead on the outside, but you go inside the thing where most people are going to be using it. It's a hammerhead.
Yeah.
So the only people at advantage is the people on the outside that go, oh, that's a Tibberon.
Yeah.
So not only they know, like, because think about it, if it was two hammerheads and one's brown, one's black, or they have multiple skins that they share, they can't tell whether it's a hammerhead. That's an advantage, not a disadvantage, then, is it? So in a weird turn of phrase, it actually advantages the enemies of the ship, not you.
Yeah. Doors, it will be on the community hub tomorrow, my friend. It'll be on the community hub tomorrow. I just got to render it out at 8K. So that's print worthy. And I usually send this image to Ben Curtis and John Crew and stuff. They have a version of it up in their office, but I always send the latest update.
That's what you do on the back of it. Please come have lunch with us, motherfuckers. Hey, or you're in big fucking trouble.
Hey, I think Ben Curtis has his on a backlit frame, which is really cool. Just FYI.
We should just send him a letter. Send him a letter.
We should.
With the poster.
Tuck it in there.
They do. That's a really good idea.
Actually, wait a minute. I don't send them a physical. I send them an unbranded print copy special for them that doesn't have like my branding on it, so that they can just like print it nice for their offices with no like STARJUMP stuff on it.
Well, when you send that to them, also send it with a letter.
I should. You're
like
right.
An email.
You're right. You're right.
Why not?
Mr. Will says, question, do you think the Odin will be in the Anvil Complete Pack? I don't think so. Because I think it blows it out too high. But I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. I can tell you why I think it is going to be in it, right?
Interesting.
And I'll tell you why. Is some crazy lunatic in the Mile High Club back in the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
CIG came into them and said, do you guys just want the ships or do you want everything?
Mm-hmm.
And what he should have said is, we want both options.
Mm-hmm.
Because now, at the end of the year, Argrid used to spend about $3,000 and just get all the ships. Every year, that has pretty much doubled now.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it's to the point now that if he wants to, like there is so much armor and shit that they put into the game now. It's almost a 10-year, it's almost 10K a year to upgrade now.
Yeah.
And nobody wants all those armors and guns and all that bullshit, because the thing is, it's got to the point where there's a red gun, a blue gun, an orange gun, a yellow gun. You don't need that many guns. So when they ask them, they must have money on this now, where a lot of their really high-end spending people are just not buying the upgrade packs anymore.
Yeah.
Because they're, like Agrid's told me, he hasn't brought it in the last 3 or 4 years, because it's just become, since they put in the armors, it's just become stupid.
Yeah.
Just way too expensive for no reason.
Next question, everyone. We're getting down to the last few.
And I think
to bring that back to the Odin. To bring that back to the Odin, though, that allows you to buy the Odin in a pack at a much higher price, and so they make a lot of money. If you really want the Odin, you have to buy all the other ships with it as well.
Yeah. I think it'll be in the Anvil pack, because every other pack includes all the hull limited ships.
Yep. Well, it's like the Aegis pack. I know the people that have gone out and melted all this stuff because they really wanted an Idris M, and it was the only way they could get one.
Is it still the only way? Can you still get it in there?
Yep. That or a Praetorian pack.
Okay.
Yeah. They're the only 2 packs you can get, but it's a ridiculous amount of money. It's like 10 grand. What did I say today? 9,200 war bond.
Yeah.
It's the cheapest you can get an Idris M for, which is ridiculous considering it's a $1,400 ship.
Yeah. John Ski says, question, Grim, will the 20% discount coupon work on the Odin? I think there's $100 cap on those coupons regardless, right? Gear?
Yeah, it'll work on it, but it's $100. Yeah.
And it's only if you want to go through the extra millisecond of entering the coupon information.
And if it is all F5 war, I would be preparing for an F5 war, and then if you get there and it's not, then apply every motherfucker under the sun that you can.
Right.
But I have to assume, like, I always say this to people because I always get people asking me questions like Gear kind of explained before. How do I get past this F5 war bullshit? And over the years, we've told almost everything. We're down to the last thing that we don't tell people, right?
Yeah.
And that's just to try and give them ourselves an advantage. And I've shared it with a few people over the years. But long story short, when it comes to that stuff, prepare for the worst and expect the best.
Yeah. And that goes with this next question, which is from Ketamine Crusader. That's an awesome name. What do you think of this? What do you think the chances are of getting an Odin with store credit for the people accepted for the first wave? Again, comes down to if it's an F5 war or if it's a hull that's reserved for everybody. And kind of going back to what Execute said, if it is an F5 war, I certainly hope they have enough to sort of satisfy demand, because remember, they were able to choose how many emails acceptances they sent, right? They were able to choose that, whether they replied to 500 people saying you were accepted, 250 you're accepted, whatever that number is. If, for example, if they are only, I'm just making up numbers right now, if they were only ever planning to sell 50 of these Odins, then they definitely shouldn't have sent out 500 emails. So hopefully they planned accordingly.
This is how I hope they've done it, right? So you know how you've got like wave 1, wave 2, blah, blah, blah. But doesn't it go for like how many waves did they end up doing?
It's
in the
6,
end?
I think.
Right? So let's just say every second wave. So the first one has credit options and only those people that can credit. But the second one is only if people want to buy for cash.
Yeah.
They literally looked at who the people were, saw how much money they spent, went, this guy can afford 5K, this guy's clearly not going to afford 5K. And they either pick and choose on you know, I think that would elaborate into it, because let's be honest, they want to be economically responsible somewhat as well, because they don't want the person to turn around and charge back.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And that may happen if they are not responsible.
Everyone, we have one more question for tonight. One more question. And it's a good one. Haven't heard this one yet. This one's from Super Dude. It says, question, when do you think we will see the first ship from the cruiser class of ships? Execute. Gear, do you have an answer to that?
I'm not a ship guy, but I'm a ship guy, but I'm not a naval ship guy. Is there a difference between battle cruiser and cruiser? I thought they were just different types of cruisers.
Well, we've seen the cruiser and squadron. There's a ship listed as a cruiser. It's that one of those Bengal variant type ships. Maybe they're referring to that.
Right. Yeah, because a cruiser should be smaller than this. Battle cruiser should be bigger, sporting like technically like the firepower of a battleship, but in a smaller, quicker frame. A cruiser should be smaller. Because what is the javelin called?
A destroyer.
Destroyer. Yeah, so a cruiser should be just bigger in between this and a javelin. I'd say something like, because javelin is what?
The other thing is, though, we've already known they've messed up the naming convention as well, because this is like, I think it's the frigate and the corvettes are the opposite of what they should be in the real world, and there's a few others like that. So at the end of the day, I don't think it matters. They're going to do whatever they want to do. So they could literally come out and say, oh, battle cruisers and cruisers are the same class.
Right.
You got no way to know now because it's all made up and bullshit.
Yeah.
But I think we've seen an example in the Krugeri, and so I think, when are we going to see more of them? I bet after Squadron 42. I don't think we'll see any. Actually, there's no need, because Squadron 42's got one, and then I think that might be the introduction. So after Squadron 42, maybe we'll see them.
You've got 2 more episodes of Squadron 42. Do not forget that, and set pieces.
Yeah,
like we've got this massive Retribution ship.
right? That thing, Dreadnought
You know what I
plus
mean?
plus.
Like
Yeah.
what are other things that they're going to want to add into this game along the way? I wouldn't rule anything out.
For
Man.
those of you
I
wanting
would,
to know what the retribution
Yeah.
is here, I'll pull it up.
Here's one he prepared earlier. Yeah, and that was just an Odin.
Let me scroll
See
out.
Odin.
Let me scroll out. There is the retribution up next to.
Actually, can you put an Odin up? Can you put an Odin up next to it just for scale?
Sure.
That'd be kind of interesting to see, because this is the biggest ship we know of. So yeah, that's kind of funny.
Yeah. There's the
so
Odin.
You thought it was big.
And I will say the isometric view, we try to get mostly accurate on the scale. It's pretty close, but if you want to go to true scale, it's best to go to top or profile view. So I'll go to top just to be extra accurate.
Have you
but yeah.
have you got any access to the like Kingship and stuff like that, the Vandal ships? You got any chance of getting those into fleet view anytime soon? Or
so
no?
the Mauler is in. We added the Mauler, which is right here. But we don't. I have a Kingship model, but I'm not allowed to put it in.
well, that's okay.
We will when Squadron comes out, though, for sure.
Yeah, because this retribution was designed to combat the Kingships.
Yeah,
and it's just that is a massive railgun right down the middle of it. So if you think about that, what you saw in that Squadron trailer, where all the things are charging up and it fires that, Iron Man beam thing.
Yeah,
that's what this is meant to do, but back at them.
Malachi, it is the Retribution is a super dreadnought. There's only one of these in the lore. I from last I checked, just so everyone knows, the last I checked, I believe the Kingship is actually still a little bigger than the Retribution, just by a little bit.
Yes,
it's not a lot, but it is a little bigger. Yeah.
But
the thing about the Retribution,
this is a new class for us as humans that we didn't even need to build something that big.
And I'm not a lore expert, but isn't there some lore to this where it's like possibly using some Vandal tech or some captured Vandal tech, or am I wrong on that?
The railgun is apparently partially taken potentially from that ship that we saw destroyed.
Gotcha. Okay.
From what I heard. But the other thing I remember is it's apparently in episode 1 it's meant to be under construction.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll tell everyone this. I've been pretty open about this. When I was launching Fleet Viewer originally, and it was like the first or second day it was out, CIG did get a hold of me, and originally there was some idea.
They sucked the shit out of him. They were just like, "Oh, you motherfucker!"
Originally, there was some discussion about the board possibly wanting the Retribution specifically removed. They apparently, from what I was told, CR was the one that was like, no, let's leave it in. This is really cool. But what I was told was the wording was they possibly wanted to have it removed because it's a Squadron 42 ship, which I thought was very interesting. I didn't know if that meant, does it make a teaser is it at the end? Do we see a brief silhouette, something like that? I don't know. Yeah. But apparently they were
like when we were at it, back when I was doing SC leaks and stuff like that, and I can put you in touch with some people if you want to see this privately afterwards, like if you want confirmation of what I'm about to say here. But basically, they essentially reached out to certain people and basically said, you can do whatever you want when it comes to Star Citizen, but just don't say anything about Squadron.
That's pretty much what I was told. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying. But I told them, I said, hey, it's Expat Brad's in chat. Hope you're well. But I told him, I said, if you want it out, I'll remove it. Again, I looked at it as their IP property. I want to be respectful of CIG's. Yep. And I told them, even when they said I could keep it in, I said, hey, just let me know if you want me to remove it. I'm happy to remove it. It's just the Retribution. I was more concerned about the player ownable ships. But again, like I said, from what I was told, CR or someone very high up was like, no, leave it. We love it. So.
Yeah. Look, I think you should remove everything they tell you to except your pants.
Yeah,
I think,
that's my rule in life, actually. Yeah. Everyone, before we wrap up the stream, I will just say one thing. I did see an SC News, it just pop up. I thought it was worth saying. There's a maintenance announcement that says that Thursday, May 21st, our servers will be offline for an estimated 6 hours starting 8 a.m. while we apply an update to the client and servers. That sounds like a pretty hefty update.
So that's hopefully fixing all the bullshit at the
Yeah,
moment, but it
6
also
hour
so
downtime.
sounds like it's got a bit of maintenance rolled in there as well.
Yeah.
So that's not a terrible bad idea. And can you convert that? Is it in American time zone that they just
Yeah,
pitched that
8
thing?
a.m. Eastern.
So is it? So it's not a prime time for you, is what I'm trying to say.
No, it's in the. I'm not for me. I'll be at work, so it's in the morning. Yeah.
So you get what I mean, though, right? They're
Yeah.
doing it because people are at work. That's where I'm going. So I don't think it's going to affect too many people. Is my point.
Yeah.
Knowing me, it's right at fucking prime time. But yeah.
But everyone, this has been a fantastic stream. I want to thank GearCon. I want to thank Execute for hanging out. We did some awesome raffles. We raised a lot of good, big money for a good cause. So that is greatly appreciated. My next stream, I think I'll have the Soul Citizens as my guests, which will be nice. A few of them. Can't wait to have them. They've had me before. It's been a while since we've been guests on each other's show.
For me too.
Yeah, so they're awesome people. So looking to have them. That show's still technically tentative, though. I got to look at it. Yep.
They do love that deep connection, conversation stuff too. Like
yeah, they're great at that.
Yeah,
they're really
they
good
are
at that.
really good.
And they focus on topics that are really like niche and stuff, which I really like. And then on the 24th, whatever damn day that is Odin Day. That is another day I'll do a stream. Obviously, we'll talk about the Odin. We're going to watch the video, all that stuff. Sounds like Execute, you got a big show planned for the Odin Anvil Day. Am I correct on that?
No, I'm just going to do it as I go wrong. Look, I haven't been doing buyer's guides because our grid's kind of dipped a bit.
Yep.
But when he come, it's kind of been a blessing and a curse because, as I said, like none of the stuff is working properly in game at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think with the extra few days they've had, not only are they going to fix simple things like the skins, so I can show those off in the buyer's guides, but also a lot of the bugs. Because have you noticed that a lot of ships have little bugs?
Oh, yeah. Do you
way
think
more than normal?
Yeah. I honestly, I don't know how you guys feel. I'm almost starting to wonder if they'll extend the Defense Con sale stuff on that final grand finale day by an extra day or something, maybe. Who knows? Sure. We'll see.
Couldn't hurt.
Yeah, couldn't hurt. But everyone, thank you so much. You know I love you all and appreciate you all being here, taking time out of your evening to come hang out with us and talk spaceships and stuff. I know I'm not playing the game, but hopefully you enjoy the discussion. So.
Where can people find this sexy body?
It's a great question. You got to go to that merch store, which I hope you do. Again, the profits go towards the STARJUMP bar citizen. STARJUMP.
Body not included.
Yes, body not included. STARJUMP.printify.me. STARJUMP.printify.me. Go there, check it out. Do appreciate it. Don't forget the raffles, everyone. We have a number of raffles, like I said, that are going to be drawn very soon, with our next one being on the 27th, and that is an Ironclad Assault. Okay, very, very cool. Execute Gear, thank you for being on tonight. I greatly appreciate it. We're going to be raiding.
And thank everybody.
Yeah, we're going to be raiding. Oh yeah, you ate some beans.
Officially letting me know how weak you are.
Your favorite snack now. Yeah, I expect you. No, I expect you to be eating the hell out of these things.
I thought they were going to be horrible, and I'm like,
maybe I'm weak. Maybe I'm
man,
weak.
If we ever meet, man, I'm bringing over some really, I'm bringing multiple Vegemites. I'm bringing Marmite. I'm bringing dead kangaroo. I'm bringing the scorched lily tobacco sauce. I'm bringing.
I'm expecting it.
Yeah, you reckon these are bad? You got no clue.
Beacom, Jay Beacom, yes, this goes on YouTube as a VOD and on Twitch as a VOD pretty much right after this, so you can watch it anytime, man. All right, everyone, have a good one. We're going to raid Granny Q tonight. Going to send you over there, give her a little STARJUMP love, and hope you have a great rest of your night. I'll be seeing you later this week. Everyone, appreciate it. Execute Gear, thank you as well. Everyone, have a wonderful night. Twitch, I'm sending you off now. Have a good one.